A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Sunny to mostly sunny skies for your Monday afternoon. Just a tad sticky with the humidity and a high today of 83 degrees in Omaha. Winds will remain light out of the west-northwest up to 10 miles an hour. Keeping things clear overnight, seasonally cool with a low of 63. Sunshine tomorrow, a high of 86. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Welcome to this episode of RV Ready, brought to you by Leach Camper Sales in Council Bluffs. Rody?
Leach Camper Sales has the RV for you, and I am calling you out here.
People should go to leachcamper.com and check out the inventory.
And don't forget,
the coffee's always on.
At Cox Mobile, we know you're smart. You brush your teeth in the shower to save time, make coffee ice cubes for your cold brew, and wear goggles to cut onions. You also added Cox Mobile. So smart. Now you're running on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability and saving on your Cox internet. It's ingenious, just like you.
Aw, thanks.
Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile. Cox postpaid internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. to H 2023. Other restrictions apply. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
News Talk 1290 Coil is your radio home for Omaha Storm Chasers baseball, proud AAA affiliate of the Kansas City Royals. Tune in to hear every pitch, every hit, and every out as the Chasers play at Warner Park and across the International League in 2024. With the voice of the Omaha Storm Chasers, Nick Batters, on News Talk 1290 Coil.
Tune in at 1290 Coil all season long for your Omaha Storm Chasers baseball as they take on the International League. It's Storm Chasers baseball on 1290 Coil.
Think about it. How prepared are you for the unexpected? Emergencies strike without warning, and we all know something big will be thrown at us soon. Being prepared makes all the difference. This means having a reliable food supply stored to use during tougher times. That's why at My Patriot Supply, we sell thousands of our 4-week emergency food kits every week. Each kit is packed with delicious, easy-to-prepare meals that provide over 2,000 calories per day. These kits are designed to stand by for up to 25 years, ready to use when you need them most. This week, save $50 on every 4-week emergency food kit you need. Simply go to mypatriotsupply.com and secure one for each family member. That's $50 off every 4-week emergency food kit. Order by 3 p.m. and your kit's shipped that same day. It's better to have emergency food than to need it and not have it. Shop mypatriotsupply.com. mypatriotsupply.com.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
What the hell's up with you today?
I can't work until 2.
Why are you? Oh, yeah, get Otson back in here right now. What the hell?
Sportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Then I'm triggered. The first thing I see when I open it up, there is no I might as well just go on a rant right now because you're getting an extra 5 minutes of the Grum that you don't normally get because we're not having a crossover. Here's the
How's
deal.
Hudson going to end the show at 147?
Here's the deal.
147.
There is no dumber word in the English language than influencer.
Oh.
End of rant.
That's not where I thought you were going.
Well, I just saw a tweet here that Paul Skeens, who's been pitching all of 2 months, is going to be in the All-Star game.
That's awesome. You don't like that?
It's a little weird, but I'm cool with it.
Who was the guy who played for the Dodgers 10-ish years
Maury
ago?
Wills.
No, like 10 years ago
Snyder.
that people really liked. Who was that baseball player that people really enjoyed?
Hideo Nomo.
Come on, give me something.
Fernando Valenzuela.
Come on.
There's been a lot of very popular Dodgers.
The guy for the Dodgers like 10 years ago that people really, because he was an excitable player, played in a different style.
Yasiel Puig.
Thank you. That's what I was waiting for. Schaefer got all mad when Puig made the All-Star game for a similar reason. Aren't you trying to get new fans in?
No, I'm not angry.
Oh, okay.
I'm just angry that the tweet says, rookie Pittsburgh Pirate pitcher Paul
Influencer
Skeens
girlfriend?
is an MLB All-Star and his girlfriend, social media influencer and LSU gymnast. I mean, what does that say about LSU gymnastics that is second in her title?
I mean, that's not what she's...
That'd be like saying Joe Biden, really old guy and president of the United States.
I mean, isn't that kind of what I refer to him more as the old guy than the POTUS these days?
I stand corrected.
Mm-hmm.
Seriously, there's no dumber word in the English language than influencer.
You think that's the dumbest word?
It's pretty dumb.
Poll question, topic
there
alert.
There might be others.
Yeah.
I mean, we can spend the next 2 minutes and
40
seconds of extra overtime.
Josh. Unreal.
Debating what other dumb words are.
I'm not here to...
How about any words that show up on our broken message board where you can't read anything?
Good God. Hey, it was our station. Oh, our station is up there for half a second. And it's only half the word. What's up with that?
I don't know. I told somebody to turn that thing off 2 months ago because it looks bad.
Let's just take it down. It's
kind of like if the old-fashioned marquee. See, we haven't... For those of you who've never been out here by the radio ranch here at 50th and Capitol,
Radio Ranch.
We have an electronic marquee.
Yeah. It's a sign.
And
supposed to be about,
it rotates really fast.
Yeah.
B, it's broken. And so everything has like a slash through it or is off center.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been this way for 2 months. And I suggested to somebody, hey, shouldn't we just turn that thing off? If we're not going to get it fixed or
bring that idea to the meeting tomorrow.
Get it fixed right away.
Bring that idea to the meeting tomorrow.
Yes, it's a great idea.
Yeah.
We're going to celebrate our 25th anniversary by shutting off the marquee.
Or what if we just put a new sign over it? A 25th anniversary sign over the marquee.
That's a good idea. I'm okay with that. We're at a minute 20 seconds now.
Adam writes, pot meat kettle, handshake emoji, John Bishop leading with voice of the Blue Jays in social media versus host of USC 1620. Wow, that's a tough look. Your first job on here is listed as radio voice.
But it doesn't say influencer.
Yeah, but it does bury the lead.
Influencer.
I mean, that's kind of what we do, right? When you talk about mentality, you are a mentality influencer.
That's been like 5 years
but
ago.
you were an influencer for mentality.
Well, I'm not doing it anymore, so I must have not been very
influential. You're a Blue Jays influencer.
I think people have been fans regardless of whether or not I exist.
No, but the issue is you put that first. What's up with that? My first thing in mind is...
Alphabetical order.
My first thing is me, is you.
Alphabetical order.
It's John and Josh.
No, it's alphabetical order. It's
unreal.
Alphabetical order. I'm very punctual.
Wow.
About my alphabetical order.
Mike says, hold on. John is triggered
seconds.
by Paul Skeens in the All-Star game because he's played only a month less than the rest of the league.
I am
What's that, with 3 fewer starts? Breathe, John.
Triggered by Paul Skeens.
He actually wrote breath, John.
Being in the All-Star game.
It just, you led with that.
I led with that because that's
kind of like how you lead with voice of the Jays.
But then they stuck in social media influencer. Okay, now it is 2 o'clock and we can officially begin the Grum.
Charles writes, you are a gas mower influencer. You definitely are.
Do I influence people to gas mow?
I think you do.
Has been happening long before I started doing it.
Yeah, but I think you do. I think you influence.
I didn't tweet about my gas mowing this weekend.
Did you? Did you even mow?
Of course I did.
Oh, okay. I didn't know because it was your birthday. Give John the day off. It's his birthday.
No, my birthday was Thursday.
Yeah, I'd make it a whole weekend.
No, grass needs to be tended to. I did a lot of manly man things this week.
My birthday's on a Thursday this year. Our birthday isn't always the same day. It must be. How about them apples? There's no leap.
Are Are you sure?
Yeah,
Because the leap day adds an extra day and it
But
pushes everything back.
Yeah, but the leap day was before the 4th. It's not in between the 4th and my birthday. My birthday's in 2 months.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So
you're
leap
right.
day is February.
Yeah, no, I know.
My birthday's September.
I don't give a damn.
Yeah, I could tell. My birthday's on a Thursday this year. Remember? Wings football, the return of the NFL, and wings. That's pretty cool. Our birthdays are on the same day every year. We can get excited. The same day, boys. That's cool.
I didn't even think about that.
I know, neither did I until now.
I don't know why.
This is great. Handshake meme.
Sure, why not?
Handshake meme. No, you got to shake my hand. It's right there.
It's right here. Yeah, it's right here.
Oh, whoops. Forget where to do that. Yeah, forget where to do that. Yeah. Theo writes.
Stick the thumb out. It's
yeah,
more
I'm not a thumb
effective
guy. Theo writes
I
here.
don't like this because it looks so. It's got the thumb's got to be there.
Yeah.
The thumb. You
Thumb
gotta
or
have
no
the
thumb?
Because then see what
Poll
shape. See
question.
what shape it. The L as
L,
in loser.
F-U, loser. Thumb or no thumb? That's the poll question as we begin the.
Well, then there's the people who put up the guardrails. I hate the guard. First of all, it's uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's very
It's
weird.
more comfortable to do the Vulcan, peace be with you, force may be with you, whatever greeting they used. I can't remember.
Yeah.
Don't tweet at me, Trekkies. But
Nice.
if the people put up the guardrails, that's first of all, it's kind of awkward. It unnaturally stretches your fingers, and it looks dumb because it takes away from the impact. You want the full extension. You want full extension on the finger. Not some guardrails.
By the way, Adam has followed up and says
Guardrails are for NIL, which we don't have, not for giving the finger.
that's true. Adam has followed up, John. You mentioned your alphabetical order. He points out that it says radio voice, but then it says host. H is before R.
Well, I was thinking of the proper noun of Blue Jay Creighton
Versus
Creighton Blue Jay.
unsportsmanlike
Yes.
conduct.
Yes.
I see.
The I was being that way from the proper noun.
Theo writes on YouTube.
I'm very proud to be sitting next to you here, Josh. Very proud.
It doesn't feel that way today. Theo writes on YouTube, here for the Knighton drama. Somebody reached out and said that the other shows haven't talked about the Knighton drama today. John, are you spilling tea today?
I had no idea that this was even a thing until this morning, until I read the Sean Callahan.
Yeah.
That apparently people, because I don't know if you know this, but once again, masterpiece, Chef's Kiss, Husker Sports for the
you.
The Friday news dump.
This was the best one yet because it literally was 6:00. We had literally said, "See you later."
Was it that?
It was at 6. I was still in my office when the news came down.
I don't remember when I saw it.
Yeah,
because I went to dinner right after that. I wasn't on the Twinner for a couple of hours.
Yeah.
But anyway, the fan base, which is already twisted in knots because another assistant
Coop,
I guess got their panties in a wad over
or boxers
or briefs or boxer briefs,
or maybe they're going
or
commando,
their
maybe their stuff was
or
in a
their
wad,
G-string, whatever.
Yeah,
over the fact that Terrence Pot Roast Knighton apparently didn't have any Husker in his Twitter bio.
Yeah,
and so. I believe, if I'm getting the story correct, again, I was not following this yesterday, only thanks to the reporting of Sean Callahan in this morning's rundown on Husker Online did I even know this was a thing.
Yeah.
He was apparently, Pot Roast, Terrence Knighton, pronouns pal, was shamed into putting more Husker stuff in his bio.
He was busting out the beige in terms of Twitter bios.
Right. Now,
I never saw what his bio looked like, but apparently it was empty. It was void of Husker mentions. His bio was deleted.
Has it always been that way?
See, I don't know because I don't read bios every 5 seconds.
Yeah, no offense. Do I even follow Terrence
good question.
I don't know if I do.
Yeah, I felt like an idiot yesterday because I texted, he's at Coach_Knighton if you want to follow him on Twitter. I don't follow him.
_
His bio is CEO of Death Row. That's a record company.
Yeah.
And then his bio, his picture. Oh, he's a Jason Tatum guy? I'm out on this man.
He's one of my people. He's a Celtics fan.
I'm out on this man.
I'm definitely following him.
Plus,
now.
I hate pot roast. Pot roast is gross.
Oh, see, this is okay. Anyway. Yeah, so apparently he got shamed into doing this because people were all in a panic that he was going to.
Is he going to leave? Is he going to get fired too?
Now, or he's getting fired, or he's being asked to resign or step down, or whatever the vernacular is.
Yeah, for sure.
And I don't know.
There you go. The drama's done. There is no drama. Everything's fine.
Apparently, he changed the avatar to an AI caricature of him.
Cool.
A large, muscled-up guy in a Husker polo and a hat.
There you go.
But he has Jason Tatum from America's basketball team, the Boston Celtics. What do they call? Okay, so the avatar is in the thing in the circle.
Cover photo.
Thank you. The cover photo.
Yeah, indeed.
Hey, wait a minute. I just saw this.
Saw what?
Go back to Terrence Knighton's page again to his cover.
Okay.
It says Terrence Knighton at @Coach_Knighton.
Yeah.
CEO of Death Row.
Yeah.
Location Lincoln, Nebraska.
Oh, look at
Born
this.
on. He's one of my people.
He's a Thursday guy.
He's one.
The Thursday birthday boys
Thursday
in 2024 and 2025 it'll
He's
be a Friday.
July 4th guy. So people not only were going after this guy because they were in a panic because it was like, oh no, we lost an assistant coach of programs in ruins. Oh.
Wow.
But they went after the man on his birthday weekend.
Yeah, well, I just asked you if you didn't mow on Saturday, and you said no.
I did that by choice.
Yeah, but you said it's not my birthday anymore. Now you're saying birthday weekend. Make up your mind. Is it your birthday or is it your birthday weekend?
Well, that's still
people are going after him on Sunday. Sunday isn't really birthday.
Sunday.
Sure, Sunday's not birthday weekend anymore.
And a Sunday. He might have been kicking back, relaxing.
Yeah.
Waiting for the other shoe to drop.
Oh, there will probably be shoes.
Waiting for that job offer to come in from USC. Oh, wait, was I supposed to say that?
Wow, John, stop it. They're conference mates now. YouTube user writes, topic alert, can we get a top 3 ranking of the best UNL Friday evening news dumps? I mean, the best one is still the Mark Banker, in my opinion.
But that wasn't even a Friday.
Wasn't it? I thought it was.
It was a regular weekday.
Oh, I thought that was a Friday.
I think.
That one was the one where it was like, holy crap. Maybe they announced, maybe it was Diaco that was a Friday. Either way, I thought one of those guys around that hiring or firing was Friday. That, in my opinion, is still whatever day of the week that was. That's the most memorable one for me because we literally did another hour of the show, which is wild to think about us doing that now.
Exactly. We wasted an hour on that.
Yeah, we did. The other time we did an extra hour was for the second Bo audio tape, which I think was warranted. But not so much for Mark Banker.
Well, everything in hindsight now, you can look back and go, really? Was it?
Yeah, I guess that's true.
Because just like everything else, the sequel is never as good as the original.
Yeah.
And everything that was said in the second Bo audio tape, we already knew.
Yeah, but he said the C word a lot.
Well, yeah, but so does Butcher in The Boys.
Nice reference, John.
Thank you.
Said the C word a lot. And he also ripped on people who work at McDonald's. So now we know how he feels about McDonald's.
Yeah, but I mean, it was all like, and again, the shock value was gone.
Oh, of course.
The shock value.
The more interesting part about that one was that one of his players recorded it and then gave that audio to someone who eventually got it to Dirk Chatelain. That is the craziest part of that one. Not so much that he did it. Also that they had a private meeting at a random high school. Yeah, I guess all the machinations of that one are interesting.
That's not a random high school. That's Lincoln
North Star. My apologies.
Yeah, let's give them the respect
the Gators.
They deserve.
Mm-hmm.
The Gators.
Mm-hmm.
The Navigators.
Yeah, my bad. I apologize.
Oh, now I just realized that's right. Their nickname is the Navigators, but their mascot is a gator, which has nothing to do with being a navigator. Now I'm triggered all over.
It took way too long for me to realize that it was Navigators.
Yeah.
Because all I heard was Gators, and then I saw the gator, and I'm like, okay, it's just the
isn't
animal.
there like logo? It's like a compass, isn't it? Like a compass looking thing?
Yeah.
Like something you'd see on a boat?
Yeah. Because the whole idea is, it's North Star. Use the North Star to navigate by, blah, blah, blah. Oh, let's make our logo a gator.
Text from Yippee. How the bleep is a big slab of beef and vegetables gross? The hell is wrong with you?
Exactly. The hell is wrong with you?
It's overcooked. I want it medium rare. I want.
You realize, Josh, that the beauty of the pot roast or the brisket.
Overrated as well. Sorry. I've never had good brisket. It always tastes overcooked. I don't
think you've had good anything because you reject everything.
That's not true.
I don't think you've ever had good anything.
I've had good meals with you before, John. Many good meals.
I think
you bought my dinner once. It was great.
But the idea is there are some cuts of the beef or the pork that have to be cooked that way.
Yeah.
Because to cook them at the 125 of medium rare, it's just too tough.
I know. I eat burgers.
You got to let but you got to let
But it's such a big piece of beef. Plus, I'll be honest, the whole cooking in the vegetables, and so all of that flavor seeps into the meat, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm happy that you enjoy it. I don't call you a freak for not liking seafood.
You know what?
I don't call you a psychopath.
I think you're a health fraud.
No.
You're a health fraud.
Doctor's appointment today, they were like, looking good, sir.
Looking good, except for those knees, which are on the verge of
No,
exploding.
she was
In
like,
fact,
wow.
I put the stethoscope.
You run that many miles? That's very cool of you.
Aren't you supposed to put the stethoscope up to my chest to hear my heart? Instead, you're putting it down to my knee.
Nope.
Why? And the doctor says, because I'm listening to the ticking time bomb when then babies go.
They did the blood pressure thing, and they always do the numbers, and I'm like, I don't know what that means.
I have no idea.
She was like, that's good. I was like, let's go. It's a good number. I remember one time I got my blood pressure 10 years ago, and they were like, this is horrible.
But the fact that you don't like the vegetables.
No, it's just, I just don't want my beef tasting like, corn that's been in there for an hour or whatever it is.
Usually,
Carrots.
No,
I don't like soft carrots. I like my carrots raw and uncooked. I'm sorry. Again, I'll eat it. Just don't want to. Max writes, to be fair, smoked brisket is the holy grail of barbecue because it is so hard to do right. Good brisket is really good. Got to go to Texas. Yeah, see, maybe the issue is I've not had good brisket.
The wife, they were on sale. The wife bought a brisket, so
yeah,
that's going to get done sometime this summer.
Nice.
I don't know when, though. I'm not sure. This would have been a good weekend for it.
Oh, yeah. Good weekend.
Because it was a beautiful weekend, except, it rained for a while.
And a guy randomly got fired. Left. My bad. Left. Resigned.
Stepped down.
Man, I love when people resign from their jobs 3-4 weeks before fall camp starts. Very normal.
It's very
normal.
It's very normal.
We all are like, oh, yeah, good call, man. Why would you want to do you already did all the annoying parts of your job. Why wouldn't you want to do the fun part of your job? Makes sense to me.
It makes all the sense in the world.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me.
It makes all the sense in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Just like, well, we won't even go there.
We
won't even go there into the why.
All right. Charles, right. Yeah, people also want us to talk about that, the why. I've had multiple people reach out. Hey, why did what happened here? Like, I can't say anything on the record. What are you asking me for?
I'll be honest with you. The stuff I heard, I didn't even know it existed and didn't really care.
You didn't know it existed?
No.
The things that you heard he did?
No. I didn't know they were out. I'd never heard those.
Oh, yeah, me neither. I thought you meant like you had never heard of the idea of these things happening.
Oh,
no. What did you hear? Like that he talked to aliens or something?
Those things happen all the time.
I heard he traveled. Yeah. Oh,
those things happen all the time. It's why you and I are here.
Yeah.
And all of you are here.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
I thought you meant at the job.
No.
What's in your contract?
Wouldn't you like to know?
Apparently I would.
Wouldn't you like to know? But yeah, it was a good weekend. I had to fix a fence post this weekend, and I did that, and it was very successful.
Wow.
It's now solidly in the ground.
I did a lot of things that I wanted to do. I watched The Boys, which I was behind on, so I got caught up on that. I already watched our movie club movie, and I already watched the movie club movie that I'm going to pick for next week.
Nice.
Yeah. And I watched House of the Dragon last night.
Ooh.
I feel like, and I got a book. Finished a book, then read another book. What a weekend it was, John.
You did a lot of sitting around and watching.
Dude, I wanted to do nothing. That was my goal,
It was a good weekend.
It was a really nice weekend. Got outside just enough, but I was also inside.
It was a good weekend for doing nothing because next weekend's going to get hot and
yeah, it's going to be disgusting. Yeah,
but I saw a graphic. In fact, now that the Grum Down is loaded,
yeah,
I meant to put this up on Friday when we were here live again, and also started early. The number of 90-degree plus days recorded at the Omaha airport through July 4th. And we didn't have any over the weekend, so this number is still the same. This is the fewest number of 90-degree days we've had in 5 years.
Those were basically all during the College World Series.
Yes.
Like, seriously, the lead up to and around the CWS.
Yes.
And then the CWS ended, and since then it's been, like, really, really nice.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And global warming, am I right?
Here we go, John. I knew that's what you just wanted to talk politics again.
Yes, that's what I wanted to do. You know why my weekend was nice? Because I didn't engage in any politics over the weekend.
Oh, really?
None at all.
Oh, I read some articles, read some takes.
Well, they were all wrong because guess what?
Yeah,
he ain't going nowhere.
Yeah,
In fact, he's randomly calling cable noise shows on the pot.
Yeah. He's starting.
Hey, everyone, it's Joe. I'm on the toilet. I'm still running.
He's starting to remind me of somebody.
Who?
Well, who else calls random cable shows and talks incoherently for minutes at a time?
Yeah, that's right. He did used to do that.
Oh, yeah. Handshake meme.
Yeah, very much handshake
They should be
meme.
best friends.
Yeah, but that number will change this week. Unfortunately.
Yes. Yeah.
But not today. It's a beautiful day.
Glorious
it's a beautiful day for a ball game.
Or sitting inside doing radio.
Or sitting inside doing radio
Mm-hmm.
for an extra 5 minutes longer than you normally.
10 minutes. Thanks a lot, Josh.
Yeah.
Unreal.
I didn't know that. Terrence Knighton's one of my people.
Mm.
Born on the 4th of July.
Born on the 4th of July.
Big fan now. I was a big fan before because,
because his name is Pot Roast.
His name is Pot Roast, and I like Pot Roast, and they had a good season last year on the old D line.
John writes,
probably have another good season this year.
They're going to be good.
And now he's fighting with Husker fan online.
There you go.
Handshake me all over the place.
John writes in Equitable Bank inbox. He says, I like the pot roast, but I'm with you on not cooking the vegetables with the meat. That is the wrong way to cook. Interesting. Look at that. People say, good take, Josh.
Yeah, but it helps add more flavor to the gravy.
Not the flavor that I want, though. That's the issue. It's just not what I want.
You realize that a lot of cooking, the mirepoix, the Holy Trinity, which is at the heart of a lot of Cajun, French, cuisine.
Sure.
That's vegetable.
Yeah, I know.
That's what you're doing. You're adding.
It turns mushy.
But
the potatoes are mushy. I'd rather have potatoes cooked a different way. Mashed potatoes, for example.
Mashed potatoes literally are mushy.
No,
that's why they're mashed.
No,
they're
you pour
mushy.
them out of the broth, and it's just like it's mushy because it's wet. Mashed potatoes
That's
are
what mashed potatoes are.
Mashed potatoes are not wet.
Yes, they are.
They're mashed. You don't dump water all over them.
No, but you usually dump cream or sour cream,
but
or
it gets
other items.
mixed in.
Well, yes, just like it gets mixed.
A potato that's out of pot roast, it feels like it's just been soaking in water.
I feel like we once wanted to do a segment here called Josh Learns About Science. Now I think we need to do a segment called Josh Learns About Cooking.
I know how cooking works.
I don't think you do.
I'm not good at it.
I think you need to spend more time standing next to your wife.
I do. I'm helping the whole time.
Cooking. You know what she probably puts in those famous mashed potatoes? Some sort of liquid.
She does. She made some. Actually, we had mashed potatoes one of the days this weekend, and I watched her cook it.
Did you stand
but they're
over
not
shoulder?
wet.
Oh my God! You put moisture in there,
John.
Stop.
You remember
I
that?
like everything dry. Dry.
You remember that? You remember that dumb debates question? Is water wet? Mashed potatoes not wet. Not wet. Not wet.
The mashed potatoes you get with a pot roast aren't wet.
By the way, Peter has put out a poll question at USC 1620. Mashed potatoes, wet or not wet?
It's live.
There you go. Go vote.
We need the answers.
Yep, go vote now. Thank you, Peter.
Let your voice be heard.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Peter.
Oh, Lord. Did not expect the show to start like this. I was in a much better mood. And
I thought you were in a horrible mood.
And
so
then Livy Dunn shows up on my timeline. Oh, influencer.
Yeah, you really got upset by that thing.
That's just a dumb word. There's nothing significant with that title. What did you do to earn that title? Nothing.
Well,
you
got
got a
like
lot
her
of
because
people.
she's attractive, right? That's what it is. That's how it works. That's the internet. It's 2024.
Is Halle Berry an influencer?
She could be. I don't know. I don't.
She doesn't. Go.
I'm not on her Instagram.
Well, go look up her account.
Instagram.
She's attractive too.
I know. That's all influencers are. Is just people that like say, "Hey, go buy." Oh my gosh, she has 8.7 million followers on Instagram. Let's see. It looks like it's just more pictures of herself. Like here I am with my cats. Classic old lady stuff.
Amazing Daniel. Josh here for hard, crispy mashed potatoes. This is Connor Happer level.
No, it's not. I love mashed potatoes. Just don't want them wet. Just don't want them wet. By the way, Taylor
Josh
sends
could open a restaurant.
No.
What do we got for sides?
No.
We got no vegetables and crispy mashed potatoes.
So are those French fries? No, they're just crispy mashed potatoes.
Oh, good call. French fries are kind of like crispy mashed potatoes.
Yeah.
It's nice and soft on the inside with a little crunch on the outside.
And that's what you'll call it. Trademark it.
By the way, Taylor, answering your original question, going all the way back,
Yeah.
says, what does it say about LSU gymnastics? They won the national championship for starters. So that's listed second on her little bio.
Well, yeah. So
it
they
says that
actually won a
nobody cares
title.
about college gymnastics, apparently.
Wow.
That's what they say.
That's not very woke in 2024.
I can say what I want. Do you like college gymnastics?
No,
Yeah.
I don't dislike it. I don't watch it.
Yeah, I guess I have no opinion about it. Yeah.
And when the Olympics are on in a few weeks, I won't watch and I won't care.
Unreal. YouTube user says mashed potatoes are fantastic, but what's your take on twice baked potatoes? I think those are fine. I don't ever make those. If I have a baked potato, I just make the baked potato. I don't want to do it. I don't want to twice bake it. Too much work. But if somebody else did it, I'd be like, sure, sounds good to me.
Yeah.
We occasionally get the Hy-Vee ones that are ready to roll. You just bake them.
Yes, I like those, Peter. Good. I like those.
They're good. Yeah, they're good. But you're right.
But yeah, more commonly we'll do the baked potato bar.
Is it worth the extra work? Probably.
Aaron Papillion, I agree with Josh. Potatoes from the roast are something that a hobbit would have ate. Yeah, and I'm not a hobbit.
Whatever.
You apparently are.
You nerds and your hobbits.
Charles says, Josh watched his wife cook in the kitchen. How toxic. I helped clean the dishes. We understand what we are successful at. You know what she is good at? She is good at cooking. You know what I'm good at? Cleaning. So that's what I do, and that's what she does. I'm a bad cook. If I did dinner every night,
obviously, you and your crispy mashed potatoes.
That's what we'd have. We'd have baked potatoes and brats every night if I was the cook. Nobody wants that.
How would you like some hard mashed potatoes?
You're missing the point. You and Amazing Daniel
We're not missing the point. You're over-exaggerating by saying they're wet.
They are wet. You pour them out of a watery liquid. That's literally wet.
You realize when you make mashed potatoes, you're boiling the potatoes. You know what you're boiling them in?
Yeah.
Water.
And then you know what you do with the water? Tell me what you do next. What do you do with it? You strain it. You get rid of the water.
So it's gone. You're implying that if you cook the potatoes with the roast, that you're not also doing the same thing.
No, because it stays in the water. You pour it out and the water drips off of it. It's all goopy. Nah, I'm good.
Tell me you've never been around anyone to make pot roast before without telling me you've never been around.
My mom made it many times when I was growing up.
Yeah, she took the potatoes out.
But the water was still, the broth was still all in the pot roast, was it not?
Well, yeah, in the pot roast, that's the gravy. But then to make the mashed potatoes, you had to remove the potatoes
I said that.
and make them.
I said you had to strain it.
And you were calling them wet.
Yeah, they're not wet, though. It's really easy to understand.
This is what I deal with on a daily basis, ladies and gentlemen.
Hokey skirt. Josh, do you burn spaghetti? No, I can make pasta, too. I can boil pasta.
Oh, but that's wet, too. It's in water.
John, I have water right here. I like water. I like wet.
I think you don't like water.
I do.
Like vegetables. You don't like water.
I like it.
You eat Oreos while you run.
I do.
What kind of a health influencer are you?
Oh,
You're
a good one.
Bad health influencer.
A good one. I'm a very good. They said that today. Great heart.
Oh, well, here is the Grum Down presented.
This is what happens, by the way, when we don't do a crossover.
Yeah, it messes everything up.
This is Josh's fault.
Everything's messed up.
Yeah.
It's completely messed up. John Butler and Evan Cooper out.
What the hell?
And that literally happened after we went on the air, the air on Friday. You know, we had 4 hours where you know what? I'm fine with it. Then we didn't have to talk about it.
Dude.
Because the story was basically wrapped up in 18 hours.
Yeah. Also, we were having fun on Friday. And
this wouldn't have been fun.
No, because it's fairly obvious what went wrong here. We've all figured it out, except for those who haven't figured it out.
Yeah.
I just want anyone who doesn't know what happened, just think about when people resign unexpectedly. I mean, there's a few options, I guess, but think about the one option that people normally are like, oh, he did that. He did that.
People in normal jobs, not that college football coaching is necessarily a normal job, but people in normal jobs usually have to resign over these things. The only people that don't have to resign over these things are presidents and politicians.
Whoa, are you implying that President B is going to get in trouble for the same thing? When's the last time he, anyway.
What does Nebraska stand to gain and lose by this exchange?
By this one?
By this, yes.
Great question.
This exchange.
That's an excellent question.
Jack Mitchell will join us. He's a playoff softball manager. Unless God decides to rain on his parade again.
Yeah, they're playing.
They're allegedly playing. Mitch Sherman will be here, and we'll talk about all of the Husker things over the weekend.
We can ask him that question. What does Nebraska gain? What does Nebraska lose?
And then Mitch's colleague with The Athletic, Tim Graham.
Yeah, Tim, don't call me Moonlight.
Graham will join us. He covers the Buffalo Bills for The Athletic and actually did the story on John Butler that a lot of people were quoting over the weekend.
Yeah, really good stuff.
In terms of what he meant to the Bills, why he left, what he wanted to accomplish in his coaching career. So Tim Graham will join us. Do you want to see a dead body?
Is that a threat?
No, it was basically the line to a movie that kind of started the whole plot. We've never done that movie in Movie Club.
Which movie is that?
That's Stand By Me.
I don't know if I've seen that movie.
You've not seen Stand By Me?
No, wait. No, I have. I watched it during COVID.
And the famous line, do you want to see a dead body?
Yeah, my bad.
Basically get kicked off the whole plot.
Yeah, I read the book too. The Stephen King novella.
Stupid list season is in full swing.
Oh, awesome.
As we mentioned, Paul Skeens is going to the All-Star game. And some hot D carnage.
Dare I say the best episode of the show yet? And maybe the best show in this universe since like season 6 of Thrones?
It's pretty good.
Dare I say? I have a story. When we talk about that, and we'll do that at the end of the show, right? End of the show.
We'll wait for the end of the show.
I have a story to tell.
Seen it yet? We'll give you the proper spoiler alerts.
About watching that last 15, 20 minutes, and when I realized just how... I'll just tell you later. Okay. I'll tell you later.
Yeah, it was setting up, and it cashed in.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it like 3 different times the episode was ending.
Well, yeah, they went to a black screen like 3 times in the last 5 minutes.
One of them lasted like 5 extra seconds. I was like, oh, wow, that's not what I thought it was.
I kept waiting for the produced by so-and-so or written by
I was like, oh, that's it. There's a lot happening here. Oh, no, we're still going.
Nope, still going.
Oh, that must be it. No, there's more.
Amazing Danny says, this line of figure it out is honestly making me think of things that are probably worse than what actually happened. How would those of us who aren't around the program have any idea what you're hinting at? I don't know, man. Just like search his name on Twitter. I feel like it's the obvious one. It's not something worse. Just the obvious one. The obvious thing. Whenever a guy resigns from a job. Whenever a man resigns from a job. The obvious one.
Well, women can do it too.
Sure.
But usually you hear about it in connection with men.
Yeah.
Though it has connection with women.
Yeah.
Too.
Or other men too.
There. Are we clear enough now?
I hope so.
Without just coming right out and saying that.
Because it's
yes, he was playing Twister.
Oh.
I hated Twister.
I haven't played it since I was 12.
Yeah, it was bad.
Travis says, has it officially been announced with the new hire? No, it is not.
No.
It is not.
Well, they have to go through the usual folder.
Yeah, plus they were on vacation. This is a vacation weekend. But according to all the reports, and certainly we can expand on this a little bit next, but, this has been in the works apparently for a little bit. They were going through the process of interviews, yada, yada, yada. So, the swiftness with which this moved,
yes,
certainly tells me that like they were waiting till they locked down the new coach, and then they were like, all right, you're able to resign now.
Yep.
And that's why resign is going to be in quotes forever.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, it does say something about how Matt Rule likes to try to limit the rumor mongering. I mean, the fact that this rumor that apparently wasn't that open of a rumor, had been around for a while, allegedly. I had just heard about it over the weekend. So
you talking about hiring?
I'm talking about the reason why.
Oh yeah.
Or a reason that is being widely speculated as to why. Evan Cooper is gone. But again, I don't live in the message board world usually.
Hey, I peeked my head in there and I didn't even see anything about this. So
yeah.
I don't think that this was like that well known of a thing.
Yeah. But, usually something like that, though, that stuff used to get out all the time.
Sure.
But the fact that this was allowed to happen and then was essentially fixed.
Yeah.
Like I said, it was about 18 hours. Right?
Yeah, so think about that. It was not even a full day. It was Friday night at 6 when the news came down, and they had somebody hired before lunch the next day.
Yeah,
right?
Or at least the reports that said that somebody had been hired. By lunch. So it's rather impressive, and we can talk about that and other things as we continue here. 402-951-1620 is the 42 Degrees the Source hotline by your mom's house. You can tweet at USC 1620. That's the JTech Construction Zone Twitter page. Or you can email the Grum at john@1620thezone.com or josh at 1620thezone.com. That's the Equitable Bank inbox. At Equitable, we take banking personal and answer the phone on the first ring. There you go.
That's the show.
That's the show.
What a great first segment. By the way, if we would have had a crossover, it would have been powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. But Josh Hodson canceled it today.
But we didn't, thus it wasn't brought to you by Everlevel Concrete.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Hodson.
Everlevel. Jack Mitchell will join us, and we'll get wound up on probably some other things today, and have a great time. But we can give you some thoughts on the actual hire, and what it means for the program. Is it something that can be relatively fixed and be less disruptive to the process of the 2024 season? Or will it take some adjustment? Got some thoughts on that and more as we continue on 1620 The Zone.
Remember, no matter how you listen, it's still AM radio. 1620 The Zone.
At Athletico Physical Therapy, our favorite patients are the impatient ones. The ones who don't want to wait 3 months to see a specialist or wait until that little pain becomes a big one. The ones who know that Athletico's therapists can help them take the recovery into their own hands. Our favorite patients are the ones who just can't and won't wait because they don't have to. So get a little impatient and start with physical therapy at Athletico. With no prescription needed in most states to get started, you'll be right back at it in no time. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com.
Nebraska, where hardworking hands build incredible things. Like the strong hands of a farmer who gets up early to harvest opportunity, or the delicate fingers of a pastry chef who bakes everything from the heart. When the hands behind your business are hard at work, we offer our hands for support. Because we're not just a bank in Nebraska, we're Nebraska in a bank. Pinnacle Bank, the way banking should be. Member FDIC.
Ted and Wally's Ultra Premium Ice Cream is the best ice cream from planet Earth, and part of the reason why is because Ted and Wally's only uses premium flavorings, some of which is locally sourced.
My name is Ziad Alam, and I am the owner of Grand Patisserie here in Omaha. We are very well known right now for mostly, I would say, macaron, baklava, and then other things called petit four. I have a friend who tried our macaron and basically introduced it to Ted and Wally's. Then I sat with Jeannie and Joe, the owner of Ted and Wally's, and we basically find out we share the same passion. They love what they do, and they have passion for it, and it shows.
There you have it. Just one of the reasons Ted and Wally's Ultra Premium Ice Cream is so good. And after more than 35 years, it just keeps getting better. Get some today in Benson, the Old Market, and at tedandwallys.com.
Man, I loved playing high school sports growing up. And it's fun being a fan now, don't get me wrong, but sitting in the stands feels like I'm missing out on all the action, you know? I wanted to get back in the game. So I signed up to be a high school official. It takes me back to my playing days. I'm supporting students, and I get paid to make the big calls. Do you want to see the game up close? Sign up to become an official in Nebraska at highschoolofficials.com.
You're always better with a roof from JR.
We've had more than our fair share of hail and wind this year. Are you playing roofer roulette? That's when you bet your roof and your home on the first random roofer to ring your doorbell. Why do that when JR Roofing offers a free hail and wind report online at jrstormcheck.com? Just plug in your address and we'll pull a multi-year storm report. You'll know exactly what your roof has been put through and if you even need an inspection. If you do, no one is more thorough and works better with your insurance than locally owned, veteran-owned JR Roofing. And if you need a new roof, remember, a roof from JR comes with a lifetime warranty on workmanship. Don't play roofer roulette with your home. Visit jrhailcheck.com. And remember,
You're always better with a roof from JR.
Visit jrhailcheck.com.
If you're a licensed real estate agent in Nebraska or Iowa looking to take your career to the next level, Modern Real Estate is seeking outgoing, high-energy individuals to join the team. Whether you prefer a salary-based, commission-based, or hybrid compensation structure, they have options to fit your needs. With leads provided, you can focus on what you do best, closing deals and achieving success. Don't miss out on this exciting opportunity to work with a dynamic and innovative company. Email your real estate experience to Tyler@modernrealestateco.com and start building your future with Modern Real Estate today.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. With Ramp, you get full visibility into your company's spending and control who spends what with each vendor. Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts instantly to save your team valuable time. Ramp automates data entry and routine tasks with automated approvals, expense categorization and bill payments, time-consuming tasks, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. Get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports. ramp.com/sports.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
A bunch of redneck idiots.
On 1620 The Zone.
It was tonsil hockey, okay? Jeez.
I don't know how many times, because Joe in Phoenix and, Joe in Vegas now and Amazing Daniel are upset with us because we're not saying what it is. And then Daniel said, I'm not going to rely on Twitter search for factual information. I guess if it's that obvious, why not just say it?
Well,
I guess I'd understand the little game. And Joe said, I couldn't agree more. It's such BS. Seems like everyone knows, everyone knows to just say it. It's not like 1620 The Zone's going to lose out on some sort of Nebraska football connection, considering they don't have anybody from the university that they talk to anyway, ever.
Okay, here's the deal. We don't know that it is factual.
Correct.
It is widely speculated and rumored to be. I guess, you know what? It's my fault for even bringing up that in the first place. I apologize. But it is not, we don't know if it is factual.
Correct, yeah.
That's why we have leaned into not saying what we're trying not to say.
Yeah, and I guess I thought that we were being very obvious about,
But let's put that aside. Because here is what is. What is, and here's what's factual. Evan Cooper's no longer the defensive backs coach. And this is interesting because I remember going all the way back to the beginning, and this was, I believe, in the first off season, shortly after the hiring process and all the stories about, trying to connect the dots with Rule and all these new assistant coaches and where they fall in. And I remember the story that Rule was cited talking about how Evan Cooper would be just watching film and would see something and point it out to Matt Rule and say, this is a guy right here. This is a guy we got to go after. And this is someone coming from way off on the radar. And how Matt Rule implicitly trusted Evan Cooper and his talent evaluation.
Yes, and those are the words, right?
And his eye for, finding these project players that Matt Rule has been very fond of using to build his programs over the years.
Yeah, we I'll be honest, I don't really know what they lose in terms of him and being a coach on the field, his coaching acumen. I can't really say one way or the other about that, but I can say that it seems like this is going to be a massive loss from that perspective. Mm-hmm. From the talent evaluation, I don't have the exact list in front of me of when people got hired and who they were or who was first, but he was among the very first hire or two, I believe, that Matt Rule made all the way back when he got hired towards the end of 2022. Mm-hmm. And so that tells me, we so often we'll talk about a strength and conditioning coach and how that is the first hire. This was one of the hires right around the same time. And so from that perspective, it would seem like this is a big loss. We'll talk a little bit later on about John Butler with Tim Graham from The Athletic. And it seems like that guy's coaching acumen is incredible. It seems like former Bills players, couldn't say nicer words about him, and that he left Buffalo not so much because he was struggling or something, but because he wanted a promotion. He wanted to be a defensive coordinator. They decided to go with somebody else. So it seems like they are gaining a really good coach from that perspective. The talent evaluation perspective, don't have any idea. How much is he going to be asked to do that? Don't have any idea. And that's the loss that it seems like with Cooper that is, more frustrated than anything.
This could be an interesting early test, and we'll talk about this with Mitch Sherman when he joins us a little bit later on. But this could be an interesting test for what we talked about quite a bit last week, and that is now that the new rules allow for unlimited field coaching. If you bring in a John Cooper and he has been in college football before, so it's not like he's never knocked on a door to a recruit or texted a recruit before, but it's been a while.
Mm-hmm.
But this could be an interesting first opportunity if we just want to, focus on this guy's strengths and get somebody else to come in and do the recruiting. It's a possibility. I'm just saying it's a possibility. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. I'm saying it's a possibility.
For sure. This would be the time now to do that because you can have unlimited coaches.
Because to me, it feels like if there's a loss to be had here, it is in the
talent evaluation.
This was a relationship that appeared to work very, very well.
Yeah.
To what Matt Rule has always wanted, and that is to be able to find players, get the diamonds in the rough, if you will, or find the right body types, the right athletic skills, and then plug them in later. That's something that Matt Rule's always wanted, and Evan Cooper was somebody he trusted. He trusted to be able to just find people. It was almost like going to satellite camps without having to go to satellite camps because he was constantly combing through film and looking over things.
Yeah.
So I know a lot of folks, and there were quite a few tweets over the weekend that were very glowing of this. Tim Graham, who will join us a little bit later on from The Athletic, said this guy is loved by his players. As I tweeted a few months ago, I'd never received so many unsolicited calls from guys eager to talk up their coach. This was in response to the story he wrote in February after Butler resigned from the Buffalo Bills. And the reason why Butler resigned from the Buffalo Bills, and this was a quote from the story, Butler said, people are probably wondering why a guy who's had so much production and so many great things to say about the organization, speaking of Buffalo, is leaving. There doesn't have to be a crazy story behind it. I just want to run a defense in the NFL or college football. I want that opportunity, and I don't want to wait.
And so then that leads to a couple of obvious questions, right? Well, the first one would be, well, why do you take the Nebraska job? Because they already have a defensive coordinator. And then the follow-up would be, oh, wait, but do you know something? And I mean, I would feel very comfortable in guessing that, given that this last offseason already had conversation about Tony White potentially leaving, that assuming Nebraska's defense is good, that conversation is only going to get louder going into 2025, that he would be the person to replace him if he were to leave. I'm doing a lot of inferring there, but I feel like it's pretty easy to go from A to B to C. When I read the story, I read his quotes, I think about the job at Nebraska, and I think about the defensive coordinator that they currently have. That seems easy to me. And where that's interesting to me, John, is that this is an outside hire. That, the last time, this is now the second coach in Rule's tenure that has resigned
midstream.
In the summer, in the offseason. Last year, it was Bob Wager, the tight ends coach, and they replaced that by promoting somebody from within who is a GA. This time around, from all the reports now, they had been actually interviewing coaches for weeks in the lead up to Friday's announcement and then Saturday's reporting of who the next coach was going to be. So they were interviewing people. They ended up deciding on one, if we're to believe the reports, and I think that we do. And that is interesting to me, just given what it kind of tells about a variety of stories here.
Because one thing I am curious about is it's been since February. I mean, he resigned after the end of the season, he being Butler.
Yeah.
And here we are in July. So it's been almost 5 months.
Yeah. Half a year.
Surprised that he hadn't been picked up somewhere else and he was still out there on the waiver wire.
Can't wait to ask Tim about that. Why wait? Now, in the story, which was published in February, so this is not like revisionist history.
No.
In the moment, he mentions it's going to be hard to find a job right now. There aren't a whole lot of jobs available. And sure, I mean, look, February, by that point, you are past signing day, the second signing day. So you're all done with signing days. You're presumably done with any coaching tenures being upended, barring weird stuff happening in the offseason, right? In both pro and college. So there's nothing more to be done there. So I wonder, and is it maybe a question for Tim a little bit, was the plan to sit out this year? Was the plan to maybe do some analyst work or to go help out a friend or whatever it was, and then to hopefully get a DC job in 2025, given that resigning in February from the NFL, from an NFL job, and expecting to find a DC job, I can't imagine he was expecting one.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's a great question because I've essentially asked myself the same thing. Like, what does it say about the guy that he was on the sidelines for 5 or 6 months? But on the other hand, again, what jobs were available? Not a whole lot over the course of that time. I'd love to know how many jobs have even opened up since February, whatever it was, when he resigned.
All right. Coming up next, Jack Mitchell is in the green room. He is standing by, and we'll talk with him. He's got to be one that's pretty happy, all things considered, because usually it's this kind of stuff that causes him, his the bubbly guts and all the
searching Twitter bios
and all this other stuff.
What's your
it's
picture?
Like, oh my God, it's more drama. We can't handle this. And
is it an AI picture?
Yeah.
Those types of things. Plus, I mean, does he blame you at all for this? I like how you've buried the lead. This is now another offseason of you saying, wow, everything's perfect. There's no drama. Look at this.
The drama, can you even say the drama existed when it was done within 18 hours?
Now, that's a good question. Maybe that's the question.
I say no. I say there was no drama.
There was no drama because it ended so fast.
By the time people found out about the news, oh, wait, they've already got a guy, and he's from the Bills, and they really like him, and they thought he was really, really good, and look at all these stats. No drama at all.
I'm very sad. I thought that for some reason last week I had added an item to the list where you said there won't be any drama before the season, and yet I guess, yeah, you're right. It only lasted 18 hours.
It's kind of like the same drama you get, now, you know how little kids will sometimes they'll get like in some kind of an accident, they'll hit their finger or something, and because it happened, it shocks them and they think it's terrible, and they start wailing away, and then they realize, oh, this didn't hurt.
It's not that big of a deal.
And then 5 seconds later, they stop crying.
Yeah.
That's the kind of drama this was.
Yeah.
By the time Husker fan realized, oh my God, I'm hurt. I'm supposed to be reacting in a negative. Oh, everything's fine.
Alex and Lincoln text in, nice spin zone, John.
It's not spin if it's true.
LSD Will wants to know, is John usually angry or just constipated today?
How am I? I'm not angry at all. I'm happy that drama was averted. And there's no drama. All is well.
Husker Country says, agree. No drama.
No drama.
Wade writes, thanks for cursing.
Matt Rule.
Thanks for cursing us, John. Dave, though, says, always drama in the offseason. Oh, one more. Husker 19 asks, anybody hear about Dijon Gomes might be a new assistant? Well, Dijon Gomes tweeted about, so that's all I've heard.
He basically tweeted out his resume and said, hey, I'll do it.
Mm-hmm.
What was funny was all the people who jumped right in all the way and said, hey, I know a guy who's already in Lincoln and could coach defensive backs.
Dude, people did say that a lot.
And
he works at a radio station.
Yeah.
Oh, Steve Sipple.
Yes. It was Steve Sipple they were talking about.
Everyone really wants that guy. Do they not like him on the radio? Is that actually what we're learning here? They want him off the show.
Yeah, that's a harsh way to be.
I like it when it was just Jake and Sipple, and now this guy's ruined it.
It's like when I find out there's a new space open down here at the Popeyes for bad customer service. I say, Josh, you ought to apply for that job.
But then I'd leave. I wouldn't work with you.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
You want me to leave?
No, but
or you want me to improve Popeyes?
That's what it feels. Well,
yeah.
There's no way you're going to improve Popeyes.
Bigger loss or bigger improvement to Popeyes?
Last time I checked Popeyes, one of their side items is mashed potatoes, and rumor has it there might be a little moisture.
But they're not wet. Mashed potatoes famously not wet. We'll update that poll question a little bit later on with Peter.
All right, Jack Mitchell next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
At Union Bank, people don't have your money. Your money has people. First home people, investment people, people who answer the phone and your chats, dream car people, dream retirement people, driving your dream car in your dream retirement people, small business people, credit card people, and all the other people you need. At Union Bank, our people help you do more than you dreamed possible. So stop in and say hello. We can't wait to see you. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
This radio commercial was made to convince you to stop speeding. We can't use siren sound effects on the radio, so we'll use other equally jarring sound effects to get your attention. Like telling you that whether you drive a little over the speed limit or a lot, you can crash just the same. You could hurt yourself or worse, others.
I'm at the scene of the collision.
And the damage you cause will be beyond repair. See, we didn't have to use crash or siren sounds after all. Speeding catches up with you. Brought to you by NHTSA.
Where do my friends and other students find their voice? We find our voice through the performing arts, along with millions of other high school students. By expressing yourself in a role on stage, through an instrument, or at the debate podium, the performing arts give us freedom to find ourselves, to find our place. The stage is where I can play, perform, and compete with my friends.
Performing arts at your school is where creativity meets courage. Encourage the students in your life to find their voice through the performing arts. This message presented by the NFHS, where we encourage all students to play, perform, and compete together.
I can't believe tax season is here already. Look at all this info I have to enter.
Phil's small accounting firm is growing in numbers.
Why didn't I take that typing class in high school?
A data entry specialist could really help him in a crunch.
I got blisters on my fingers.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Make the right call. John Higgins Weather Guard, the home of the roofery.
When it's time to replace or repair storm damage, make the right call. John Higgins Weather Guard, the local, trusted, and proven choice. No one has installed more Da Vinci roofs, and there's a reason why John Higgins Weather Guard is the nation's leader. Community member, community supporter. Make the right call.
John Higgins Weather Guard, the home of the roofery. Make the right call.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
You wearing ratty jackets from Stephen Barry's. Praying one day Big Red will win the NIT.
Ham is the water of meats.
Ham is the water of meats.
Ham is the water of meats.
Someone needs for bacon.
Ham is the water of meats. Ham is the water of meats.
Hey, look who's here.
Look at that! He's been there the whole time. Not one single issue. Everything is perfect. Hi, Jack.
That's what people are saying. I don't know what you'd even be referencing. Of course it's perfect.
Yep, me neither.
There's so many places I want to start, but I guess I should start here.
Tonsil hockey!
So, you know.
That's what John yelled earlier, Jack.
Jack plays on this really bad softball team that for some reason is the
top
top
seed
seed in this
softball.
In this
coming off a bye.
Must be a really bad softball league. And anyway,
It's almost like it's random and the regular season didn't mean a single thing to anybody.
Yes.
It's almost like.
It's almost as if it didn't matter.
Yeah,
but when they post their starting lineup, they like to be cute and do
fun
things like,
graphics.
Hey, what's my walk-up song? Or how wet do I like my mashed potatoes? Josh obviously would be crispy. But today's cute fun thing was historical comparisons to their batting average.
Okay.
So they picked, players from the past. And Jack picked 1911 Ty Cobb.
As a comparison to whom? To whom?
To himself.
Oh, Jack, you're a racist now?
Okay, number one, try rereading. Let's check that graphic out again.
Wasn't that what it was?
Uh-oh.
Or was it somebody else?
First of all, people didn't pick their own. I did them all, and I used the actual stats to match them with an actual comp for a person in the major leagues with a similar batting average. And so it was
Ty Cobb.
Yeah. Caleb had Ty.
Oh no!
Now he's calling other people out.
Are you not? Did you not look at it, or did you look at it for like a half second? I mean,
it was a half second.
I just expect better prep than this. That's a wildly inaccurate question for your guess.
I got all my journalistic training from MSNBC. I just fly off the handle and just react instinctively. And I saw Ty Cobb, and I thought, oh well, okay. Obviously, Jack's got one of the Proud Boys on his team.
No, I thought you would enjoy. It's sad because I thought you would enjoy my batting comp, but
who was yours? Who was Jack's?
I mean, I'm not gonna read you guys the entire thing. You should.
I was talking to John, Jack. I was asking John.
Well, I moved on for that tweet. What do
you do? You started the interview with this. Hey, you moving on?
What kind of crap question is this?
On this team, that's all I'm saying. Ty Cobb was listed on this.
Who's the Mussolini comparison on the softball team?
I don't know. The underhits.
Hold on. Now I've got to.
Jack, who's the Mussolini of your softball team?
Wow. Yeah.
Is he the dictator that people are most okay with getting compared to, do you think?
Well, yeah, because he was the lackey.
Yeah, right. Like if someone's like, hey, Mussolini.
He was
can't see it, Jack.
He was like the Shemp.
Yeah.
You had the Three Stooges. The Axis powers were the Three Stooges. He was the Shemp.
He was, yeah.
Yeah.
Not
even the good dummy. It was Shemp.
Jack, what's the first thing you think of when you hear Mussolini? I have an answer for this question, by the way.
Italy? I mean, I don't. What
the famous photo, the photo of the guy who's suddenly not there anymore. That's what I think of with Mussolini.
I see.
Yeah, indeed. The original Photoshop.
Jack. See what Jack's softball team.
Glad I hustled down here for this.
I'm glad you did too.
This is a great conversation, Jack. We're having a lovely time.
Let's see. Where would you like to start? Because there's a lot of things, but obviously the news of the weekend was rather interesting. The Friday news dump. But as one who has always fretted over drama, unnecessary Husker drama, what it does to the fan base, what did you think of it was basically an 18-hour period of what could have been construed as drama?
I don't know. I didn't have an over-the-top reaction to it. I was disappointed. I think like everyone was, because you seem to have lost someone who was a quality coach, a well-liked coach, a good recruiter, talent evaluator. And it's at, a time where practice is going to start in like 4 weeks. So that's very much not ideal. And it's probably dealing with maybe the most questioned position group in the cornerbacks, maybe on the entire team right now to some degree. So, I mean, for all those reasons, but those are all the normal reasons. I mean, the drama part of that, I don't know. That was not something that registered real high on my level of concern scale. And then the next morning when they hire a guy who is a Big Ten defensive coordinator and spent the last 8 years or whatever in the NFL in the same position, it moderated, it mitigated, I should say, any concern that I had from the day before. So,
Jack, do you think that your mindset? Do you think that your mindset on assistant coaches helps out in you not freaking out? Because you're always someone who's like, I don't want to talk about the assistant coaches. I would rather talk about the players.
I just don't know, Josh. Like it's always interesting to me that people have such strong, detailed opinions on assistant coaches that they don't know, right? Or they don't even spend, I guess it's different if you cover the team and you spend a lot of time talking to these guys or you're super familiar. But like, I mean, like, the reason I know more about Evan Cooper maybe is because I watched those videos that the university put out, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's like the most, I mean, I probably know a little bit more about him than that. But yes, Josh, I mean, that probably is why I reacted like that. Is I have a hard time having super strong takes on which assistant coaches are doing a great job and which are doing an okay job beyond just what I see on the field, because I don't know. I don't know. I don't know in a ton of cases. So I didn't.
Oh, you unplugged yourself.
I don't freak out about assistant coaches. Correct.
Yeah.
Have you always been that way, or did something happen that pushed you over the edge?
I've always been that way. I don't know. Like I
just didn't know if maybe, you know, because I mean, we've had a lot of assistant coaching drama over the years. Obviously, Diaco. More recently, Uncle Don. A lot of controversy there. A lot, just a lot of takes there. And I just didn't know if there was something that was like, okay, ridiculous.
I don't think and I don't think I have the right position. Assistant coaching definitely matters. I just do not have the reserves of passion for assistant coaching talk that the average Nebraska fan does.
Mm-hmm.
I've noticed that over the years, and I can't quite explain why, other than I just don't have the answers. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because so
much of what they do is behind the scenes, right?
Exactly. 100%.
Like when a coordinator fails or succeeds, you really do feel like you can at least see that on the field in a game, right? Like, why did he call that play on 3rd and 4? Versus you can't see, like, why didn't the wide receiver have a good pin block?
Right. And even more than that, Josh, when I'm discussing the individual players, I have all of it on the field, right? In front of me. And they're directly, I know which parts of it, they're mostly responsible for, right? I can see that. So I am typically much more, I have many more takes on those sorts of things than the average fan does about assistant coaches. But to the extent that I do have a take on this, I couldn't believe how much they landed on their feet for this happening in July, to be honest. And that's not me minimizing. I mean, I think it probably is going to be a big loss. The more and more I hear people who know what they're talking about talk about what his impact was, his ability to evaluate talent, how much he was liked within the position group and position room. I think it'll be a big loss, but like I said, I can't imagine this happening in July and landing on your feet any better than they did.
Obviously, this had been in the works for a while. I mean, you can't move this quickly without, something happening this fast.
Yeah, and for sure.
The ability to mitigate the drama, forget about what the drama is about, forget about that it's assistant coaches and, that's not something you worry about. But as you know, this fan base is going to react to anything and everything. The ability to have been able to keep this stuff for the most part under the wraps and then have it play out over 18 hours.
Crazy.
And almost be done. I have to imagine there is a part of you that, would walk up to Matt Rule and give him a big old hug just based on his ability to do that. Because, if this had happened in any other regime, I don't think it gets handled the way it does. I think the drama is still playing out. And I don't know if there's that ability to quell the masses as it seems like this has.
Yeah, it felt like there were some crisis PR pros who had their hands all over this. I mean, like to the point where we were talking about this on my show today. This year, July 5th on a Friday, that afternoon when it came out, that could be the most, for a weekday, the most obscured time that you could ever have to drop any news in between 4th of July and the 6th of July on a Friday when people already essentially are on their weekend.
Yeah.
Like it was, they clearly picked that time, right?
Yes.
Or they just lucked into the biggest, best Friday news dump time that happens once every 7 years, right? I mean, it was incredible.
Yeah, how much of it was them controlling it? Because, like, obviously, given how fast the turnaround was, they controlled the message of they're going to announce that the guy is gone, and then it's going to get reported by Thamel. And he reported both pieces of news, by the way. So there's something to be said about that.
I'm telling you.
But that you're right, that look, I think if it would have happened at any point last week, it would have been like kind of perfect timing for all involved, just because it's a week of a lot of people checking out. But to happen on that Friday, the news dump of all news dumps on that Friday, pretty unreal timing.
Like I said, it had a crisis PR expert's hands all over it.
Yeah, for sure.
Somebody did a great job with it.
Jack, I know you and I talked about this a little bit over the weekend, but this is now the second coach since last summer that Matt Rule hired that, has left under auspicious circumstances. Wager was a DUI last year when he resigned. This we don't know about exactly what's going on. Anything that, is this a concern for you that Matt Rule, that this has happened?
I mean, I've got a hard time getting myself into a territory of concerned at this point. I mean, and I don't know. And again, this is not this is hearing rumors, but not knowing the details about Cooper at all. So it's a little hard, Josh, to have a really well-developed opinion on that. But Wager, got a DUI. Was Rule supposed? He made decisions. He made bad decisions. I don't minimize the decision that he made in that case, but I don't know how Rule was going to, unless he had previous ones or had a super well-known problem. Yeah. I'm not sure what else we expect Rule to do in that situation. If there's and as I recall, that was one where it was kind of done quickly too with him. So no, the answer to your question is no. I'm still not at a point there. Now, I guess if I found details out about the Cooper situation that changed my feeling on that would be possible, but I haven't yet to this point. And like I said, I've heard rumors, but nothing that I know for certain at this point.
What is a Cam Wilder and why do you care?
Well, I didn't know till this morning. But he was the guy who basically he's a social media influencer on TikTok and YouTube.
Oh, you love influencers, John. Jack, you missed some awesome rants from John already. He hates the word influencer. It's his least favorite word.
One of the worst titles in the English.
I don't know how else to explain who he is. He is a
I'm not blaming
YouTube and TikTok star.
What does he do? What is he influence?
He's a former basketball player from Midland University, and he's got
Fremont's own Midland University.
Ben
Fremont's own. Many stars come out of the GPAC. People forget that. But and I honestly, John, I don't totally know because I found out who he was this morning. But he's big on YouTube and he's big on TikTok. And he said he was going to come to Lincoln and put on a basketball game with, I don't know, other basketball influencers on social media at those old parks at Antelope Park, or at those old basketball courts at Antelope Park. Yeah. You know which ones I'm talking about, by the Dairy Queen, by the golf course.
This is in Lincoln, right? That you guys are talking about right now. This is the thing from last night. Is that what we're talking about right now?
It happened yesterday.
Okay. Yeah, and 1,000 middle schoolers and high schoolers showed up. 1,000, to the point that they had the state patrol helicopter out there looking at the crowd control, and they had kids that were sitting on top of the fence. I know you've driven by that a million times, John. Sitting on top of that fence, and they were bringing it down. And so police and authorities apparently didn't know about it. They shut it down because it was an unlawful gathering. My daughter tells me, she's 13. She tells me that the kids are mad that the cops shut it down.
Classic kids.
And so the event didn't ever happen. So that's who. That's about as much as I know about it. I saw that this was all happening last night, but I didn't realize that this former Midland player was at the middle of it because I'm not on TikTok. So,
how many followers does he have?
Over 1 million.
Sheesh.
Caleb looked it up during our show.
Was this like a new age Harlem Globetrotters?
Kind of. Yeah, in some ways, I would. Yeah, it's kind of a. It's kind of like
I know. No, I'm just.
It's like modern. It's like modern day meets the Harlem Globetrotters meets the And One mixtape kind of situation.
Okay. That's why I asked you. You're the one who, tries to stay tragically hip. So I was asking you.
It's nice that he has kids that can help him out with this type of stuff.
I'm sure one of my boys would have understood.
Is he
this.
a TikToker?
Who?
One of your boys.
I don't know. I don't think so.
Well, it was funny.
I looked up who this is.
I looked up the guy's Twitter account this morning because I was curious. He doesn't have nearly as many followers on Twitter because Twitter apparently isn't very cool. He only has like double as many followers as I do there, but not to brag. But the only person I knew who followed him was my own son. So I haven't had a chance to talk to Johnny yet today. I got to ask him, give me the lowdown on this guy. But I put an open invite out to him. If he wants to come back to Lincoln, right? He wants to do a kind of a charity all-star event thing. Forget basketball. We've got the hottest softball team in the region right now.
Whose players apparently are compared to Ty Cobb.
We have the Ty Cobb of softball.
It's chock full of influencers. And so we're saying, like, handshake meme.
Was Ty Cobb an influencer?
Good question.
JMSC and the Midlands guy, I can't think of his name right now. Big influencer.
That'd be Cam Wilder.
Thank you, Cam.
Cam Jurgens.
Yes. And so if you would want to come, I promise to him, I'll do all the permitting. I'll talk to my friends at the city. I'll get us a venue. I'll make sure the cops know about it. We'll deal with traffic parking. I'll cross all the T's and dot all the I's. And then he can come. We'll do it for a good cause. Bring whoever he needs to, whatever. If he wants to bring, Mr. Beast and all his other influencer friends and bring all of them and play a game. So, yeah.
Who is Mr.
Remember we
Beast?
talked about him a couple weeks ago. Maybe
he's an influencer. He's the
Mike writes, John, or John and Jack. Mike writes on YouTube. It was the January 6th, the basketball influencer meet and greets. And Doc texts in. He says Gary was saying this morning it got too big, so the guy ended up just getting in his car and leaving. Then the cops had to break everything up after the guy left.
Yeah, the dude just got in his car and drove away. And all
he has 1 million followers, but he can't hang around to spend time with a couple hundred people.
Wow.
Sad.
This is a bad look.
How would you feel if you were really popular among children? Like, how do you feel about that as an adult man?
I don't know. You'd have to ask
he's
Elmo.
like 22. He's like 22.
So he's not that old.
I'm thinking it's like 13 to 18-year-olds probably.
Okay.
So,
I mean, yeah, you're not that far away from being 18 when you're 22.
I mean, like he played at Midland a couple of years.
Wow. No.
So we're using,
not in that way. Not in that way.
So we're using Arkansas.
No, not in that way. God. Just saying, if I had a bunch of teenagers like listening to the show, I'd be like, go away, please. I don't want you here.
See, I would not do that, but I also don't
I'd be very
actively
confused.
go out there and
try to talk to the kids.
Yeah.
I'd be like, well, how are you listening to AM radio, child?
It's impossible for me to talk to kids. I'm not an influencer.
Nice. Well, you're not. Yeah.
No,
why would they?
You're
can't
definitely
influence
not.
anyone.
No influence.
None at all.
Here. Let me interpret through my interpreter, Livy Dunn. Livy, tell the kids what I'm supposed to do.
Yeah, she can come. She can come and play on the softball team. Get them all.
Nice.
Get
Brandon
all the
writes,
biggest.
I think the word influencer makes John want to be under the influence.
It does. It's such a dumb word.
Dumb word.
It's just a dumb concept.
Well,
it's one of those new age things I'm never going to.
John, there were probably people in like the 80s and 90s that were like, I can't believe that people get to talk about sports on the radio. That's stupid. That's a dumb job. But that's what we get to do.
No one was saying that. We were saying, damn, where was this when I was a kid? This is great.
I guess
this is the
true.
best.
I guess that's true.
We loved it. It was wonderful.
So I can count on you cheering for JMSC against the influencers. Good. Influencers. Good.
Is that who you're playing tonight?
Well, that's the one I've offered. I'm
that's
trying to set that up. It depends. We might go on a barnstorming tour around the state later this summer too. I haven't decided yet.
Wow.
Kind of a traveling circus. We'll see.
Oh, it's a circus, all right.
So if you lose tonight, this is it, right?
Double elimination, baby. We're at least going till next Monday. What? Oh, and by the way, we're signed up for Fall League too. I mean, this is going to run straight up into Fall League. That starts.
Is it young Nick going to participate in the Fall League?
Nick may be added to the roster.
He doesn't know how to throw a baseball.
I am not allowed to make roster announcements yet.
Wow.
You
are going to. I mean, look,
Jack Mitchell's softball experience bylaws.
I want you, when he is on the team, allegedly.
We're looking closely at him.
Yeah, I want you to record every at bat and send it out on Twitter. Every at bat. Every time he does anything, we need video of it. We need the video proof of what's going on.
I can also tell you we will be unveiling our new uniforms for the fall here once we pick up the championship in the summer, obviously. So that's something to look forward to. We'll be unveiling a brand new I wouldn't say it's City Connect. It's more kind of like the NBA Attitude version or whatever that is.
In other words, you got the Padres brown and yellow leftovers.
You're gonna like. It's gonna be a hot item. You'll see kids wearing them around to the events of the Midland guy.
Mm-hmm. The official uniform of influencers.
JMSC.
Many have been saying that.
Wow.
All right. Well, good luck in your softballing tonight.
I enjoyed this interview, Jack. Little Ty Cobb and Mussolini at the start.
Yep.
A little Husker drama in the middle, and we ended with influencers.
I didn't even believe you didn't get to see the funniest. You were saying my comp on that chart. My comp was 2002 Hideo Nomo. I really thought you would enjoy that, but since you didn't bother,
Ty Cobb is
it just kind of
takes over. It's like you put cilantro and food back. It just takes over everything.
I know what you're referencing, but is that like that big of a first thought thing nowadays? I mean,
I think of racism, sharpening spikes, and how he was a really good batter in that order.
I think of Ray Liotta calling him a jerk in Field of Dreams.
Exactly. He was a POS. Nobody likes the guy.
Good stats, though.
Listen, it's
really good hitter. Really good hitter.
Obvious that last week's debate really affected Jack in a different way.
Any debate takes, Jack?
Did you like being drugged, kicking, and screaming back into the national political discourse?
I could have beaten them both with my arm tied behind my back at a debate.
How about the letter that Biden wrote today? That was pretty cool.
Biden did write that letter, Josh.
No, neither of them wrote that letter. Not even close.
Okay.
By the way, I'm looking at Ty Cobb's stats now. Man, that guy.
He was good.
His batting average, career batting average, 366. That's ridiculous. That's the best of all time, isn't it? 366?
No, because didn't it get wasn't that one of the records that got passed when they integrated the Negro Leagues records?
That's right. Because people were like, oh, Ty Cobb.
Exactly.
I forgot about that.
Exactly. You're no longer the number one career batting average.
He's got takes about that.
Oh, well. All right. Well, good luck tonight. Have a great game, and we'll see you next week.
Bye, Jack.
See you later.
Oh, look at that.
What the hell are you doing?
We're giving each other hearts.
Here, have some, John.
Pretty cool. That's friendship right there, John. It's friendship.
Fireworks.
Bye, Jack.
1620 The Zone.
The Connor Happer Show.
Grant Brick's a smile.
Yeah, what do you think's going on?
It's very big.
That looks like a guy who's just happy he ate 21 tacos.
He really does look pleased with himself.
The sunglasses, the giant sombrero, the whole thing. That guy walked over there from his house. I'd like to all-you-can-eat tacos, please. And then he just said, keep them coming.
We're back, baby.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Sunny to mostly sunny skies for your Monday afternoon. Just a tad sticky with the humidity and a high today of 83 degrees in Omaha. Winds will remain light out of the west-northwest up to 10 miles an hour. Keeping things clear overnight, seasonally cool with a low of 63. Sunshine tomorrow, a high of 86. I'm meteorologist Caitlin Harvey with KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
A staple in Omaha can be a staple in your wardrobe. Hi, everybody. I'm Gary Sharp for Lindley Clothing, Omaha's premier provider of men's fashion. I can tell you firsthand, I'm extremely satisfied. Most recent purchase of a Baroni suit, but that wasn't the best part of the experience at Lindley Clothing. It was the assistance that was given to me while I was in. Attention to detail, professionalism, positive energy in the store was fantastic. From suits to shorts and everything in between, Lindley Clothing and Well Suited, they've got you covered. And they're conveniently located in the Linden Market, 132nd and West Dodge. Check out Lindley Clothing today.
Host is roasting every morning.
Host is roasting every day.
Host Coffee is on a mission to invigorate every workplace with a blend of bold flavors and unforgettable service, creating moments with our coffee, water, and food services that spark joy, productivity, and connection. Call Host Coffee today.
Proudly serving Nebraska since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
You're always better with a roof from JR.
We've had more than our fair share of hail and wind this year. Are you playing roofer roulette? That's when you bet your roof and your home on the first random roofer to ring your doorbell. Why do that when JR Roofing offers a free hail and wind report online at jrstormcheck.com? Just plug in your address and we'll pull a multi-year storm report. You'll know exactly what your roof has been put through and if you even need an inspection. If you do, no one is more thorough and works better with your insurance than locally owned, veteran-owned JR Roofing. And if you need a new roof, remember, a roof from JR comes with a lifetime warranty on workmanship. Don't play roofer roulette with your home. Visit jrhailcheck.com. And remember,
You're always better with a roof from JR.
visit jrhailcheck.com.
If you love whiskey or just want to learn more about whiskey, you don't want to miss the largest whiskey event in the region. Get your tickets to Omaha Whiskey Fest 2024 at omahawhiskeyfest.com. September 28th at the Hilton Omaha downtown. 400 samples, more than 70 brands, expert presentations, and a whole lot more. General admission and VIP tickets available at omahawhiskeyfest.com. You can even make a night of it with special room packages from Hilton Omaha. Get your tickets now before they sell out.
If you're a licensed real estate agent in Nebraska or Iowa looking to take your career to the next level, Modern Real Estate is seeking outgoing, high-energy individuals to join the team. Whether you prefer a salary-based, commission-based, or hybrid compensation structure, they have options to fit your needs. With leads provided, you can focus on what you do best, closing deals and achieving success. Don't miss out on this exciting opportunity to work with a dynamic and innovative company. Email your real estate experience to Tyler@modernrealestateco.com and start building your future with Modern Real Estate today.
Velocity Clinical Research in Omaha conducts clinical trials for investigational treatments and research. Typical studies involve medications for high cholesterol, diabetes, infectious diseases, and acne. Some current studies include low T, RSV, fall influenza, pediatric obesity ages 12 to 17, adult obesity, and asthma. Velocity also performs vaccine studies. Studies are medically supervised and do not require insurance. Velocity recognizes your time is valuable, so they offer compensation for study-related time and travel. Find out more at velocityclinicaltrials.com.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
That's a mighty big nightstick you have there, officer.
The 1620. The Zone.
Welcome back to the Grum. Nick will rejoin us tomorrow, but Peter is in today as the producer of the Grum. We'll get you an update. Pete Thamo apparently has become the new Husker insider. Has been breaking more stuff today, but not.
It's related to Nebraska, but it's
specific.
Yes, exactly.
But it is definitely related to Nebraska. We'll get to that in just a moment. But I saw this, fun fact today.
Oh.
As you know, the Big 12 is now
16 teams, John. Yeah. It's a normal size.
Very normal size. Do you know how many of those 16 schools have won a national championship in football? And how many championships in total?
All right, so Colorado is in there. So we got one right now. I don't believe West Virginia has, though if they have, I mean, maybe.
No, they have not.
Okay, I was going to say. I'm just going to guess it's one.
Oh, how soon they forget BYU in 1984.
Oh, rats!
But you were close. Only two.
BYU
teams.
in 84, Colorado in 90?
Yep.
Wow.
Only the current Big 12 members have only won 2 national championships since 1940. So
okay, so if we go back into prehistoric history
and look at all those championships that Texas A&M claims, then
yeah.
But in the recognized era of national championships, starting with the AP poll, the current membership of the Big 12 has 2 titles to their name.
So in the Power 4 era, which we are now in, easily the fewest among any of the. I mean, hell, in the last decade alone, the ACC has won Well, I guess Clemson's just won
Clem-
2.
Clem-
So Clemson has 2 on their own, and then Florida State, if you go back another year.
Clemson has more championships by themselves in the Big 12.
They
Same
have
with
3.
Florida State.
Yeah, obviously the SEC in the last.
Same with Miami.
Yeah, exactly. Interesting. So just 2 national champions.
Just 2.
It is going to be, and I'm not trying to get too excited for football season, Tom, because it is still the summer. It's July.
It's still summer, and this week will remind you of it.
Yes, it will when it's the low is 75 on Sunday. But this is going to be a really interesting conference, a really fun conference. In the end, it will probably get one bid, but I hope. I know I'm going to watch it this way.
You think it'll only get one bid?
I think so. It's going to be hard, mainly because I don't think that there's like these obviously great teams. Now we could get surprised. Certainly, teams could emerge over the course of it, and because of the unwieldy schedule, not everyone will see each other, and so there's very much a real world where there's 2 undefeated teams, and maybe both of them get in because one of them.
They don't
loses
have to be undefeated.
No, probably not. But I don't know, man. I'm just worried about this new world of the SEC and the Big Ten being such domineering folks. Like we had was it Bruce Feldman or whatever recently that had the prediction for the first year of the playoff, and it was like 5 SEC and 3 Big Ten. I mean, that's 8 spots right there. You throw in champions of the Big 12 and the ACC, that gets you to 10. And then you have a couple wild cards and a couple of the wild cards that people are thinking one of them is Notre Dame often. So it's like that could be one other spot, and so is it the second or third place team in the ACC or second or third place team in the Big 12? Like I all of that to say, I think this conference is going to be fun as hell because you have a lot of different styles. I think Kansas State's going to be super fun this year. Utah plays a great brand of football that I think is a pain in the ass, but they have often gotten off to slow starts as well. And so how does that show itself early on? I don't know, I was going to say Baylor, but they may probably going to fire their coach. It's just a really unwieldy league for the wrong reasons, the size, the geography, but unwieldy league for fun reasons with some of the styles of play that you have. But that is something that I worry about, man, is that those conferences, not so much.
Well, I'm not disagreeing with you. I think this will be a fascinating test case this year, next year, and then who knows what it'll look like in 2 years or 3 years for the idea of perception. Yeah, we think that, for the decades, college football was based solely on perception because we voted for the title. And it only lessened by varying degrees when we went to a BCS and then to a 4-team playoff. I actually think now with more teams involved, but with the conferences doing what the conferences have done in recent years, I think I think the argument of perception is even more important now than it was when the media was voting on the champion pre-1998. Because you're going to, just for the point you just made, you think that the Big 12 conference with 16 members might only get 1 team in.
Meanwhile, the 16-team SEC or the 18-team Big Ten could get 3 or 4. Something. I mean, like that's a very real possibility. And by the way, Mike throws out another team. I agree. Watch out for the Kansas Jayhawks, and watch out for Kansas. But you are right. The perception matters a ton, and we see it in college basketball, right? What you do in the non-conference is going to matter for the rest of the season because that is where your reputation as a league is built on. The difference, of course, is that football has 3 or 4 non-conference games, whereas basketball has upwards of a dozen.
And you have far less of those non-conference games that are actually cross-pollination of leagues.
Yeah.
And you got teams like USC who are willingly giving up some of those games because they don't want it to be too hard. And it seems like the momentum right now is, we need to start canceling some of these series because it's going to be too hard with the conferences that we're in. We can't be playing other hard teams from other conferences. So the ability for us to be able to compare and contrast these leagues is going to be more difficult because less of them will be playing each other.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to run into a situation, and this will be the thing to watch. You're going to have a 10-2 Big 12 team
just about to say.
Going up against a 9-3 SEC or Big 10 team.
And
who's going to win that battle of perception?
Yeah, 11-1 versus 10-2. I think we're going to see that this year. We're going to see it next year. Like that is going to be a common debate point that we have.
Absolutely.
Like if it's 11-1 versus 11-1, I know who's going to get picked. If it's 11-1 versus 10-2, in the new playoff era, we were told, and this is a decade ago, we were told like it matters how good you are, and we're not just going off of records. And that showed itself. I mean, the best example is this most recent year when an undefeated team was left out. For extenuating circumstances, they argued, but still they were left out. You go all the way back to the first year, Florida State. That team was undefeated, and they were a 3 seed behind multiple teams with 1 loss because the committee decided we are going to treat things differently than we ever have before. The same thing is going to happen this year where one of these teams is going to be 10-2 in the SEC or Big Ten, and somebody will be 11-1 in the Big 12 or the ACC. And it's going to be a debate because they're going to be like, whoa, but look at what LSU did. They played X, Y, and Z. Meanwhile, Kansas State didn't play anybody in the non-conference. It's going to get argued. I know it is.
Oh, certainly it is.
And in the end, a lot of this, like there is reality to it, right? But there is also going to be a lot of perception. And how good are you or how good is your conference? Well, they only played 1 ranked team all year. Meanwhile, the SEC team played 5 ranked teams all year. It's like, yeah, but you also decided to rank them. So like you're kind of controlling everything that's going on here.
Sure. No, that will be the most interesting thing to watch about this. And perception will have a greater role today than it ever has.
Yeah.
Because, it was honestly, I'm not saying it was easy, but it was easier when you were just picking one team. You were voting on one team. And usually it came down to the last team standing that was undefeated.
Yeah.
It made it in a lot of cases, it made it pretty easy.
Yeah. Well, there was a lot of frustration with that at times. It certainly made it easier on whomever was making the decision, right?
Yeah. You never had to worry about a 2-loss team winning the title.
Yeah.
So you could by the end of the bowl season, all you had to do is look at the list of the 0-loss teams and the 1-loss teams.
Exactly.
That's all you had to look at. And they had already kind of set the bar for the narrative from the beginning of the season. With this, you're dealing with 12 teams, and it's never been more politicized, dare I say, how conferences are. Yes, there were conference rivalries. Yes, we used to make fun of the Big Ten around these parts, but there wasn't this. We didn't have a lot of angst or anxiety over the SEC or the ACC
because
or the Big East.
The SEC is being what they are is such a modern phenomenon.
Sure
it began in 2006 with Florida. Like, think about multiple years, not that long before that, in 2003. 2004, excuse me. Auburn finished undefeated. They went whatever, 12-0 or 13-0, however many regular season games they played.
Yeah.
And they missed out, and think about this too, John. They missed out on playing for the Natty because a team from the Big 12 and Pac-10 got in.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that. A Pac-10 and Big 12 school got in over the mighty SEC. That would never happen today.
No.
And it's insane how fast everything changed because it was but 2 years later that Florida whooped Ohio State, and we have been living in an SEC world ever since, in a Southern world ever since in college football. Because before that, it was West Coast, it was Midwest. I mean, Nebraska in 2004, Nebraska's not that far removed from, winning championships. Oklahoma had just gotten back on the bandwagon. Florida State was obviously in their heyday. But it didn't feel, even with Florida and Florida State and Miami winning titles, Tennessee, it didn't feel Southern-based. It felt like, wow, it's Florida speed. Certainly Nebraska had their run too. And then, you go back just a little bit further, in the 80s, you got a couple Penn State titles. Notre Dame wins a national championship. BYU in the weird 1984. Everything changed in that 2006 year, and we haven't not looked back ever since.
Update from Pete Thamel on the roster limit conversation. We'll get to that next ahead of Mitch Sherman of The Athletic on 1620 The Zone.
The best way to catch all the action is on 1620 The Zone. And no line for the bathroom.
It's going to be another sizzling hot summer. Stay cool with 35% off new Champion windows. Don't burn your money on high energy bills. Get new energy efficient windows from Champion. 35% off. Plus, get an extra $100 off every window you replace. The more you buy, the more you save. We help you choose the best design options for your home. We then build your project in our very own factory. Our install team manages your project every step of the way, and it's all backed by our lifetime guarantee. Plus, we're giving away the chance to win a $50,000 home makeover. Enter online today. Turn your house into your dream home with more livable space in a new Champion sunroof. Or enhance your curb appeal with new siding. Now 35% off. Don't wait. This sale won't last long. 35% off windows, sunroofs, and siding. Plus, get an extra $100 off every window you replace. Call 877-GO-CHAMPION or visit ChampionSaveNow.com to schedule a free in-home estimate today. While discounts apply to our regular prices, select styles apply. Minimum purchase required. Cannot be combined with other advertised offers. See store or website for details.
It's simple, Nebraska. Do the FAFSA.
No, it's not a new dance trend.
It's the free application for federal student aid.
That's money for college. Thousands of dollars for classes, books, and housing.
Just 10 minutes is all it takes to apply for the financial aid you need.
With fewer questions and faster fill-out time, it's simple to see how much you're qualified for.
Go ahead, Nebraska. Do the FAFSA.
Get started at dothefafsa.org.
Looking for a nurturing environment where your child can thrive this school year? You belong here. At Catholic schools, we offer pre-K and kindergarten programs focusing on faith and academic excellence. Whether you're the family of a child or an educator looking to thrive and help teach our future leaders, you'll find your place here in a supportive environment where faith and learning go hand in hand. Catholic schools, faith-focused, family-centered. You belong here. Discover more at lovemyschool.com. Tuition assistance available.
We are the NFHS. That stands for the National Federation of State High School Associations. But really, what we stand for, together with the NSAA, are the 78,000 high school sports and performing arts students in Nebraska. And so we stand. We stand for the runners, debate team members, and basketball players. We stand for their coaches, officials, and adjudicators. We stand for the drummers, football players, and actors. We stand for the golfers, singers, and swimmers. We stand as the national leader and advocate for these essential activities and all who participate in them and make them possible, because it is our purpose to ensure that high school students get to play, perform, and compete together. To learn more about who we are and what we stand for, visit nfhs.org.
News Talk 1290 Coil is your radio home for Omaha Storm Chasers baseball, proud AAA affiliate of the Kansas City Royals. Tune in to hear every pitch, every hit, and every out as the Chasers play at Warner Park and across the International League in 2024. With the voice of the Omaha Storm Chasers, Nick Batters, on News Talk 1290 Coil.
Tune in at 1290 Coil all season long for your Omaha Storm Chasers baseball as they take on the International League. It's Storm Chasers baseball on 1290 Coil.
Hello, I'm Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. If you've ever wanted to have your cake and eat it too, there's good news. You can have that every day at Equitable Bank. You get state-of-the-art mobile banking as well as online banking. And if you ever forget your password, don't worry. You can give us a call at 402-827-8100 and we'll answer it on the first ring to help. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
A team succeeds when they work together. Banking's no different. At UBT, we're in your corner for every financial move you want to make. Your money's backed by a roster of experts who put in the work to know you and your community. So whether you're opening a savings account, buying a home, or planning your future, you always know who to turn to. Working together toward your financial goals. That's a win in our playbook. Union Bank and Trust. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Don't forget, Josh, you can always subscribe today to 1620 the email.
Oh!
I don't know why I'm talking this high.
Yeah, I don't either. Yeah, just got to
go
to
1620thezone.com and look for the subscribe today button and subscribe today.
Easy enough.
That
Easy
simple.
peasy. Nick's going to be putting Nick is what is he, the director of video?
I have no idea.
Can't wait to see
He hasn't been here long enough to do anything. Have you noticed any changes? I haven't.
Great point. Great point.
As far as I know, Peter might as well be in charge of the video.
Peter?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Peter, man.
Is it Shark Week, by the way?
Yeah.
It is, hosted by John Cena.
Yeah.
Okay.
Who is hanging up the jorts next year.
Yes. Oh, that's a spoiler for the Run and Wrestling Connection. John Cena's retiring after next year.
Yeah.
They're going to be
There's been a lot of John Cena discourse over the last couple weeks because he was on the season of The Bear.
Oh, was he?
Oh, was he really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The only reason I know that is we have a giant TV that would look really good in here, but sits out in our hallway.
Yeah.
And it's got it just
Slideshow.
basically shows a slideshow, and one of the slides is Shark Week.
Yeah, I heard Otson mention this earlier. You know something that I've never gotten into? Shark Week.
I mean,
don't care. No offense to sharks.
I don't mind it. I mean, it's one of those things where if you're flipping through the channels and you can't find anything, it's interesting to watch.
Yeah, that doesn't happen to me.
But it's not like destination TV.
Crack open a good book, John. That's what I would recommend.
Can it be about sharks?
No. By the way, you've watched some of Godzilla, have you not?
I've watched the whole thing.
Did you watch it dubbed?
Yeah, of course I did.
You are a freak.
No, I'm not.
You are such a psycho. Anyway, let's
no,
get to
it
this.
is not. Is that?
Yes, it is.
No, it's just me reliving my childhood.
I don't understand you.
Well, you wouldn't because you didn't live my childhood.
No, I've seen Godzilla movie. I've seen movies with dubs, and it's horrible. Subs.
You know what I've seen?
Not dubs.
You know what I've seen?
What?
People reading their movies instead of watching them. That sounds horrible to me.
No, I actually got the characters. I understood their acting. All right, let's get to this news.
There was acting in that movie.
Whoa.
There was acting. That's the one good thing about that movie is it reminded me a lot of the old Godzilla movies. The acting was not good.
Wow, really?
No.
I thought it was good.
No.
Did you watch the correct one?
Yes, I watched the correct one.
I'm just making sure. I thought it was a good movie.
No, I didn't say it was a bad movie.
How do you know how good the acting is if you're listening to them speak English?
You can...
No!
How can you tell good of an actor are you if they're reading? Can you tell how good an actor is in a book by reading the book? No. You watch their body language.
You cannot say
their interaction.
If you can't hear their voices.
I do hear their voices.
No,
They're
you
just
don't.
Dubbed in English. You don't. What good difference does it make if you can't understand what they're saying?
This is wild. This is unreal. You said the
No,
acting
you
is
are unreal.
The acting is bad. Oh, you can't even hear their voices. You can't hear their voices. So you can't say if they're doing good or bad at acting.
You can't understand what they're saying, so how can you tell if they're
because
good
you
or
can
bad?
tell by the tone, John. You can tell by the tone.
What, you don't think the voice actors couldn't have?
Probably not. It's voice acting.
It's not like everyone was reading their lines like this.
Oh my gosh. Unreal. Unreal.
Did not expect that conversation.
Unreal.
Pete
Roster
Thamel.
sizes.
Pete Thamel has tweeted here in the last hour. The range of roster limits being discussed is between 100 and 110, with the Big Ten lobbying for the higher side of the range. There's discussion of a phase in on this, so teams with giant rosters, think 130 to 140, potentially don't have to make immediate giant cuts in 2025. Again, as part of the House settlement, or the unsettlement, as we have dubbed it here on the Grum, one of the things that has been discussed is capping college rosters. And that has caused some folks like Matt Rule to be adamantly against it because he wants a bigger roster so they can run, their 17 different stations and run through their development, all the different things. Basically, this is an industry that has never been told what they can and can't do.
No.
And now they're being told, hey, no, now you can't have 130 guys, and they're not responding very kindly to it. So this number doesn't surprise me a whole lot.
To go back to the original reporting, which was like right before the College World Series, sometimes it mentioned like 80 to 90. Obviously, they were not having any of that. And so they immediately started politicking for, no, don't do anything at all. I think in the end, they're going to say that this is losing opportunities. And it technically is, but they, I think, are going to be okay with this. If it gets down to 110, I think that they'll be fine. That's still 25 more players than you have under scholarship. But it is still double the size of NFL rosters.
Yeah.
So it is, I think that they will be okay with this. I think that they will ultimately be fine with this.
Just like with everything else, people are going to react how they do, and they're going to do so as if to say, oh my God, this is the worst thing ever. Please don't do it. But it's all a part of the process, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you're negotiating, if you're two different sides of an issue negotiating on something. One side's going to go to one extreme, the other side's going to go to the other extreme. This is how it used to work in this country. I don't know if it still works this way, but eventually
the Dubs, man.
Eventually they come to the middle ground, and then they haggle over the details, and that's where it ends up. Do I think that Matt Rule is, because Matt Rule was wanting to pare down the roster anyway. He didn't want the 140, 50 guys
that Frost had.
No.
But now he's being told, and he's like, wait a second. You know, it's like if I went into your house and I said, your house is messy. You're like, whoa, don't you say that about my house. But you're allowed to say that your house is messy.
Correct.
You can't tell him how many players to have on his roster. But if he wants to cut it down, you know, even Callahan would be like, hey, I don't want to cut down my roster.
It's interesting.
Husker fan.
It's interesting that, according to Thamel, it's the Big Ten lobbying for the higher side of that range. I wonder what – I'd love to be a fly on the wall in these conversations and just know, is it a Big Ten thing, or is it just certain Big Ten programs?
My guess is it would be, and I don't know the roster sizes for Ohio State or Michigan or Penn State, but I'm guessing that the blue blood type programs are more on the Nebraska side of things, though it wouldn't surprise me if Michigan's is smaller. But certainly like an Ohio State or something like that. I'm guessing that their rosters are massive. But you're right. Like, does Northwestern care? I can't imagine that they would be that upset about, oh, no, we have to cut our roster down to 100 players. It wouldn't bother them.
I'm going to attempt to do some
counting. Are you going to try to do some math on the air?
I'm going to try. Not on the air. I'm going to do it during the break.
Okay.
Because coming up next, Mitch Sherman is going to join us.
Before we get to that, though, some responses to our discussion. And there's someone on your side, John. I'll save that for last. Mustache Adam says, words greater than dubs. Steve says, Godzilla -1 is a great movie. You really needed to watch it in Japanese with English subtitles the way it was intended to be watched. Idiot. So, boom roasted to John.
I didn't say the movie was bad.
No, but you didn't.
I said
he said you didn't watch it the way you were supposed to.
Oh, I know the way you're supposed to.
Ian writes,
I didn't know there was a way I was supposed to watch it.
Yeah, it is.
Do I need to watch it standing on my head? Oh, you're not watching it the way you're supposed to be watching it.
No, that'd be weird. You'd be watching upside down. Ian writes, I'm usually on team subtitle, but I actually agree with John here. Godzilla movies are fine with dubs. I grew up in a Godzilla heavy house, and it's just okay. It's fine. There you go.
That's why I did it that way. A, because I knew it would trigger you. B, because it took me back to my ute.
Cool.
When I used to watch these movies, and that's the only way it is, because we didn't read our movies back in the day.
Because you didn't have the opportunity to.
What,
that's
you
the
didn't
thing.
Think you didn't
Technology is so much better.
Oh yeah,
now.
we didn't have supers back in 1980.
No, you didn't.
We didn't have that kind of technology.
At the Fremont movie theater, they wouldn't show a Japanese movie in Japanese. That's what I'm saying.
I never saw a Godzilla movie in the theaters. It was always on TV.
Yeah. And on TV, they definitely wouldn't have showed it that way.
Yeah, WR in New York.
Because it was the 70s and 80s.
They didn't have the technology to do it that way.
I don't think they did. Either that or they knew that all the people back then are big, dumb idiots, and they were like, they'd get mad.
Big, dumb idiots.
You're proving my point. You're proving my point here.
I'm not proving anything.
You say I don't like to read. There's a comma because I don't know how. That's the obvious.
I know how to read.
That's the second part of the sentence.
I've been reading longer than you've been alive.
Have you?
Yes.
Interesting.
Yes,
Starting to wonder if there's a Dr. Jill in your life who's helping you read.
I don't have an enabler. But we have a Mitch Sherman next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time Saving Traffic Center, there's no accidents to report in the Omaha Metro. There's heavy traffic buildup on westbound I-80 between 42nd and 72nd. If you're on I-29, expect slight delays in both directions between I-680 and I-880. Over on North 72nd, expect slow goings between Mercy and Pine. And if you're on Dodge, expect slow goings in both directions between I-680 and 72nd. Be sure to buckle up and drive safe out there. I'm Joey Colbert.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
We're excited to announce the grand opening of Saul's Jewelry and Loan's new downtown location. It's a Saul's shopping experience like you've never seen. Amazing jewelry finds at our famous best-in-town prices. Tools, bikes, guitars. 22nd and Hardy, downtown Omaha, Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
You're always better with a roof from JR.
We've had more than our fair share of hail and wind this year. Are you playing roofer roulette? That's when you bet your roof and your home on the first random roofer to ring your doorbell. Why do that when JR Roofing offers a free hail and wind report online at jrstormcheck.com? Just plug in your address and we'll pull a multi-year storm report. You'll know exactly what your roof has been put through and if you even need an inspection. If you do, no one is more thorough and works better with your insurance than locally owned, veteran-owned JR Roofing. And if you need a new roof, remember, a roof from JR comes with a lifetime warranty on workmanship. Don't play roofer roulette with your home. Visit jrhailcheck.com. And remember,
You're always better with a roof from JR.
visit jrhailcheck.com.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at babbel.com. Just go to babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's babbel.com. BABBEL.com.
The Zone Inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. Email me, Connor Happer, with the Connor Happer Show at Connor, CONNOR, at 1620thezone.com. Send me your love, your hate, and maybe a few hot takes. The Zone Inbox, presented by Equitable Bank.
Many people go back to the dealership out of habit or because they think the dealer is the only one who knows how to fix their car. At Omaha Car Care, we offer a better option. We have ASE certified technicians, the technology to service any vehicle, and free loaner cars. The dealer will sell you a package of services. We'll provide the service you want for your car as your trusted partner. I'm Rick Betker, owner of Omaha Car Care, and we'll be along for the ride.
Hey everybody, it's Michael Smith for Ted and Wally's Premium Ice Cream. Now that we got through the spring and we're in the summer, what's better for summer than ice cream? I always say, get yourself a bucket load. Now I know they don't sell it by the buckets at Ted and Wally's, but they do sell it by the pint. They do sell it by the half gallon. All you got to do is call ahead to get yours reserved today. And so many flavors. Go on social media, whether it's Facebook or on Twitter, and they have a list of the day's ice creams for both locations. That's in the old market, of course, and in Benson. Swing by there, get yourself some great ice cream this summer, and tell them Severe sent you.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch.
Yeah, sometimes I wonder if these things just pop up so that those of us in the Husker media sphere have something to talk about and write about.
July is a lot more interesting now than it was a week ago.
Yeah, and it still is interesting, don't get me wrong, but again, the drama has not lingered.
No, it is not.
At least it doesn't appear to have lingered. Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us. Mitch, no doubt your weekend got a little busier thanks to the Friday news dump, but at least it was kind of quasi over within a day.
The Friday news leak, not really a dump from Nebraska. They were just there to confirm it.
Good point.
Yeah, that was bad timing. I'll just say that. It was well into the holiday weekend by the time that news leaked, and credit to Pete Thamel for breaking that story with ESPN, and it was quickly confirmed by Nebraska that Evan Cooper has resigned, And then we got wind on Saturday morning that Matt Rule is well on his way to making a hire to replace Evan Cooper. So that tells you that this turn of events has been in the works for certainly longer than Friday. You would expect a few days, if not a week or so or more, so that Rule was able to get someone in place. But waiting on word that one is final. My understanding is that it's it's a contractual thing that they are trying to work out, and you would expect that John Butler is going to be Nebraska's new secondary coach. But of course, that leaves the question of what the heck happened with Evan Cooper.
And I was going to ask you, Mitch, do you think that that's something that we're going to get an answer about at any point in time soon?
Like an official answer? Probably not. I mean, at least not like willingly or voluntarily from Nebraska or any of the parties involved. There's always the possibility that something could be dug up. Nebraska does a fairly good job of, not putting anything in writing that would be all that transparent in like a public records search. We'll see. Evan's not talking about it. Nebraska's not talking about it. I don't know that Matt Rule will give much detail on it when we hear from him next in an official capacity, which very well might just be in a couple of weeks at Big Ten Media Days. So I guess that's probably the extent of what I would say in answering that question.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. How long do you think this has been in the works? You mentioned a minute ago, days, but could it be several weeks?
Well, I think if you went back to the beginning of everything that may have led to this, it's been a while. But as far as Cooper being on the way out, I felt like in the spring, coming out of the spring, in the weeks after spring practice, even as the team came back in June, there was no hint of this, that he and all of the other assistant coaches on the staff were in good standing and heading toward preseason camp without any kind of an expectation that there would be a change. So somewhere, I would say in the last few weeks, something changed in that regard. And he didn't just voluntarily step down from a position that's paying him $670,000 a year. I think we can be clear about that. That this wasn't like, let me go see what else is out there in July. Maybe I can land another job. Interestingly, he did have other offers after last season. I mean, this is, if not the most valued member, certainly one of the most valued members of Matt Rule's coaching staff. He's been with him at all 4 stops where Rule served as a head coach, and was paid like a coordinator. Not paid like Tony White and Marcus Satterfield, but paid like just about any coordinator who came to Nebraska before them. And, that's because of his eye for talent, his ability to evaluate, just an invaluable member of Matt Rule's staff, beyond what he did in coaching the defensive backs. So I think if Nebraska does get John Butler, you're not going to take a step back in your ability to coach the DB. In fact, you may be going forward. This is a guy who's worked with the Buffalo Bills over the last six years. It's hard to poke holes in that. It's been as good as any position coach, probably defensive position coach in that division, maybe in the AFC, what the Bills have done in the secondary. But the piece that you're going to miss with Cooper is his ability to evaluate talent, and that's why it's so difficult, I think, for Rule to see him go. He hasn't said that, but I'm confident that he feels that way. But yeah, I mean, I think it's probably been at minimum a week, maybe a couple of weeks that there's been something amiss, and he had to start looking for someone to fill that spot.
Mitch, where does that show itself in terms of losing Cooper and his, talent evaluation and really being someone that Matt Rule really trusted in that regard? Like, where does that show itself? Because it seems like, at least on the surface, that John Butler might be an upgrade in terms of coaching on the field, but that off the field piece, that recruiting component, it seems like that is, going to be a massive loss for Nebraska that's not easily replaced.
he just has that eye. I mean, we've heard numerous stories about recruits over the past few years. So many recruits and recruits coaches who I've talked to, high school coaches who I've talked to in the time since Matt Rule came on board at Nebraska, have mentioned Evan Cooper first or right near the top in their conversations about the contact that they had and how did Nebraska find this player. That seems to be a common question in with a lot of recruits for Nebraska. I mean, certainly not Dylan Raiola or a player of anywhere near that caliber. Everyone knows about them, but Nebraska has, and Matt Rule has made his kind of built his legacy, built his reputation as a football coach on finding players that other schools weren't on, that Nebraska saw something in, or that Baylor or Temple saw something in. And sometimes that happens when they get on campus and they're in the program, and a lot of times it happens on film and in camp evaluations. And you're not just going to. Evan Cooper was the best on the staff at that, and you're not going to just replace him by bringing in another secondary coach and say, okay, now you're the. He filled a special role. It wasn't like his title was not like coordinator of talent evaluation or chief talent evaluator. It was just he was a secondary coach and he was the defensive passing game coordinator, and then he did that because it was his specialty. So everybody's going to have to pitch in and. You can do that now, and you can make this like a manpower thing because like we talked about last week, there's now the ability to reshape your staff so that you can have people who are more focused on recruiting, more focused on talent evaluation, and then your coaches can actually focus on coaching. So there isn't a good time that something like this could happen for Matt Rule and his staff, but if there's ever been a time where they can fix it, where they can, throw manpower at it to kind of patch the holes, this would be it, because you can now go hire people to do those roles and let the coaches coach on the field.
Mitch, you literally took the question right out of my mouth. You went exactly where I was going to go, because I remember we talked about this last week, the ability for Nebraska to go out and hire recruiting specific guys versus coaching specific guys. So we'll skip past that as you just addressed it. But given Butler's insistence that he wants to be a coordinator, what is the likelihood that Rule just hired Tony White's replacement?
Yeah, I mean, if things work out the way that they hope, that Nebraska hopes that they do, and the way that Tony White hopes that they do, then I think that's highly likely. And again, he has to still make this hire. It's not final. But at least as of, earlier today. But, yeah, I mean, Tony right now, I mean, he's like Tony said in the winter, everything that happened, he didn't get a job after last season. He interviewed, he had a lot of schools look at him, but he's still the defensive coordinator at Nebraska. So he's not going to get a job after the 2024 season based on what happened in 23 or, what he did at Syracuse. It's he said, right now I'm the worst defensive coordinator in America. And, that's hyperbole. He's not, but what he's saying is, what have you done for me lately, business? And he's focused on this team and this defense. And if he does what he can do, what he's capable of, what he's shown that his defenses do in the past, and coaches these guys with all the things that have made Tony White, a rising star in the business, then yeah, that opportunity is going to come for him, and it's probably going to come sooner rather than later. And if it doesn't take a while, if it's after this season or maybe after next season, but I think ideally after this season for him and for somebody in a position like John Butler might be in, then right, you're right. Then the successor is probably sitting right there.
Mitch, we're going to have your colleague at The Athletic, Tim Graham, on in a few minutes to talk about his story about John Butler from earlier this year. I imagine you've had a chance to read it. What is most interesting or intrigues you most about him joining the staff and what he could mean, perhaps beyond him perhaps being the next guy at defensive coordinator?
Yeah, I got a chance to chat with Tim a little bit this weekend too about John. Just we traded some messages, and he had great things to say, as I'm sure you'll hear, about John as in the way that we deal with coaches. That's more what I was curious about. But his story speaks for itself and what the players say. I think that's what
what stood out to me was what his players had to say about him. And he left the Bills because, well, one, the Bills head coach is a defensive guy, and he's been calling the defense. And two, they had a change at defensive coordinator, and certainly Butler was a candidate for that job to be promoted, but they went with the younger guy. They went with a 40-year-old linebackers coach. So at that point, I think he saw the writing on the wall. Like, my opportunity to be a DC is probably going to have to be somewhere else. So he didn't go out on bad terms. There wasn't a scandal. He went out on good terms. And for a coach who just left on his own, to hear some of the things as Tim described it, and as the article touched on, how his players spoke up for him, that was impressive. That was the kind of stuff that you could tell it was genuine. Like, I compare it a little bit to the way that Donovan Raiola's players spoke up for him in the coaching change, the head coaching change at Nebraska, when Rule came in and looked at that staff, and it was clear he wasn't going to keep much from that staff, but maybe one guy, and Raiola just kind of willed his way into being the coach who was kept, in part because he just continued to come to work and showed a work ethic that Rule wanted, but also because of what his players said about him and how strongly they felt. I get a similar vibe here with John Butler.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. What I'm fascinated by in this story is just the ability for something like this, because you can only imagine how this might have transpired and then how it might have been covered if it had happened under other regimes in the past. But for this to happen as it did, to come out on a late Friday, and then within a day, essentially have what appears to be a solution of sorts. And that's not to say that whatever transgressions may have taken place that led to the job change in the first place aren't still out there. But the fact that the message seemingly has been controlled in the way that it has, what are your thoughts on how this all kind of came out in that 24-hour period?
Well, like I told somebody on Saturday when the Butler news came out, and then was confirmed, not by like Keith Mann, not by the official channels in Nebraska, but it was confirmed from inside the program that yes, we're Nebraska's trying to get this guy. Matt Rule is not dumb. Like, he's very smart in the way that he handles messaging and communication. And in a bad situation for Nebraska, a tough situation to lose a coach of the caliber of Evan Cooper 3 weeks before preseason camp opens. This is the path of least damage caused, to be able to get that news out, and then the next morning, like 12 hours later, have an impressive replacement essentially named, identified, and the conversation, the news cycle then turns to the replacement instead of the departing coach. What people are talking about. So again, that's not to suggest that Rule went out and found John Butler in 12 hours. Like, he had been working on this, and then Nebraska was able to control the flow of information so that one story broke and the other broke within such a short period of time that we've now spent the majority of this conversation talking about John Butler instead of Evan Cooper.
Yes. And that's so important. So important.
It's perception, and perception means a lot,
Yeah.
Yeah, the perception is that they were not caught off guard by this, and they were ready to go for whatever was next.
Correct.
No, they weren't. No, they were not caught off guard. In fact, it was the opposite.
Yeah.
It was controlling the flow of information instead of reacting. It was being proactive instead of reactive.
Yeah.
And at least we're not talking about Terrence Knight and social media.
Oh yeah, Terrence Knight and social media.
Nothing going on there, people. He changed his profile picture. So
yeah, the lesson here is don't change your profile picture ever. That's the lesson to learn.
I'm ashamed. I wasn't following Coach Knighton, so I don't remember what it was before the kerfuffle all started in the first place.
Well, I didn't have it memorized either.
Because you're a normal person, Mitch.
I didn't have any knowledge of it until I got about 47 messages yesterday while I was trying to coach a 13-year-old baseball game. But I have communicated with Coach Knighton and can confirm that everything is okay.
Yeah,
he's fine.
But now he's probably like, "What the hell is going on at this place?"
You people are crazy.
Yeah, indeed.
You know, people were on edge going into
the
weekend because of what happened with Cooper. So that didn't help the situation.
No, definitely not.
But again, by the time
People
Sunday
changed their
hit,
pictures.
by the time Sunday hit, it was all back to normal again.
Yeah, well,
or at least we thought so.
People are afraid.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Mitch, we appreciate it. Thanks. And I guess if there's a way you can make up for the lost time you lost over the weekend about Terrence Pot Roast Knighton and his social media, I hope you can make up for it.
No, I didn't lose any time. I talked to him this morning. So
Good.
Yeah.
Mitch, take care.
Thank you, Mitch.
Thank you, guys.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. And as we mentioned, Mitch's colleague from The Athletic, who covers the Buffalo Bills, Tim Graham.
You're going to struggle at that, aren't you?
I am.
You got to be safe.
Graham.
Tim, don't call me Moonlight.
Tim Graham will join us here in about 20 minutes or so, and we'll dig a little deeper into Mr. Butler, who he is, who he was with the Bills, and maybe get a little insight into what makes this dude tick.
Not two, not three, not four, but 5 comments in a row from Jimmy on the YouTube, who writes, "Ugh, who cares? Not like this guy took Nebraska to a title. As long as Rule is still there, who gives a F, LOL." Follows up, "Maybe Shedeur Sanders won't torch us this year. Winking emoji." A follow-up, Shedeur, he fixes the spelling. Another follow-up, "This is all speculation. They went 5-7 last year. How do we even know he was the guy?" And then finally, drama for the sake of drama. I don't know what the first, third, first, fourth, and fifth comments, I guess, are the ones that I would focus on. I don't think anything here is speculation. He was good at his job in terms of evaluation. Rule doesn't just bring the guy from every single spot, not expecting him to be a really good coach. I'm going to trust all of the people behind the scenes that say he was really good. Can I give you an example of that and how that's worked at Nebraska? No, because I'm not a talent evaluator, but enough people that I've talked to say that he was really good. So I don't think that this is drama for the sake of being drama. They lost somebody that they liked, that was good at his job.
Folks, it's not normal unless somebody, at this stage of the year, of the calendar, it's not normal
to lose a guy in July.
To lose a valued assistant in July. It's not.
Yeah, exactly. Now,
and
did they upgrade at coach? Maybe. That's the funny thing about this whole thing.
Have, but that's the whole point of today is there is, for something that could be, especially given the innuendo that is out there, something rather dramatic. This is the least dramatic any of these things have ever been.
Yeah, for sure.
So I don't know where you're coming from, Jimmy, with the idea of drama for drama. No, if anything, we haven't even discussed the drama of it all, but it is unusual.
For sure.
It is unusual for a guy that you trusted as a talent evaluator, as a coach. And by the way, don't be quoting me this stuff about, oh, look at what Shedeur did. Remember, Shedeur wasn't doing squat until the second half of that game. I mean, that defense had them tamped down until all the turnovers started happening. And if you're going to quote 5-7 and all this other stuff, well, heck, why didn't we just fire everybody?
Yeah. There's a happy middle ground between let's look at Terrence Knighton's profile picture and freak out about everything, and this isn't that big of a deal. Everything is fine. There's a middle ground in there of healthy discourse.
Josh, you're describing a very, very, very large middle ground.
I know. It's very large.
You
stop looking at profile pictures and no big deal. Wow, But somebody sent me a video of some, dare I say the word, influencer.
Oh, an influencer
that I had never heard of before, who does YouTube videos, and it was like a 40-second clip, and it was basically Matt Rule can do no wrong. That was the premise of it. And I was just like, man, you people really need to chill. And he's a good coach. I think he's a good coach, but everything is fine, or the coach changes Twitter and everything is horrible. I wish people would just settle down. But it's another reminder that the season can't get here soon enough, John. I think that's what we're learning today. This is July at its peak. Got to get to the fall. Got to get to football games because then
You
there
know,
won't
you-
be
you
drama
know-
anymore.
No, there won't be any drama at all. Shedeur Sanders won't come in here and torch Nebraska's horrible secondary, according to Jimmy.
Exactly.
And that won't create any drama.
Exactly.
Nope. Losing creates no drama.
No drama, John. That's what they always say. No drama.
I think the law of this should be we need more summer just to continue to test Matt Rule's ability to control the narrative. That's what
More drama?
That's what the moral of this story is. Matt Rule needs more offseason to show us just how much in control this man really is.
Well played.
Show me how much more in control you are. Show me how much better you are at your job than the poorly qualified guy who had it before you.
Well played, John. Well played.
We need to turn that calendar back, baby.
Sorry. It's July, and soon it'll not be July anymore. Those are the rules.
Say it ain't so.
Those are the rules, Peter.
Still to come. Again, Tim Graham will join us.
Hey, you said his name right.
I did. Tim Graham.
Graham
will join us. And we found out what the price was that UConn got to pay for their head coach flirting with the Lakers.
Oh.
On 1620 The Zone. You get a lot of junk in your inbox. This one, not junk at all. 1620 The Email. Exclusive content, contests, other stuff probably. Subscribe today at 1620thezone.com. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Sunny to partly cloudy and pleasant this evening with the temperatures in the lower 80s. Mostly clear skies tonight. We should drop back in the lower 60s for a low. And then mostly sunny and pleasantly warm on Tuesday with a high in the mid-80s. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time Saving Traffic Center, there's no accidents to report in the Omaha Metro on this Monday afternoon. We're starting to see heavy traffic on westbound Dodge between 72nd and I-680. Westbound I-80 traffic flow is starting to build up between 42nd and 72nd. If you're over on I-29, expect slight delays between I-680 and I-80 in both directions. Be sure to buckle up and drive safe out there. I'm Joey Colbert.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by the Nebraska Lottery.
Until July 30th, enter any non-winning Nebraska Lottery Wheel of Fortune scratch ticket online for a chance to win a trip to L.A., tickets to a taping of Wheel of Fortune, and at least $2,000. Wheel of Fortune top prize odds 1 in 112,000.
At Cox Mobile, we know you're smart. You brush your teeth in the shower to save time, make coffee ice cubes for your cold brew, and wear goggles to cut onions. You also added Cox Mobile. So smart. Now you're running on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability and saving on your Cox internet. It's ingenious, just like you.
Aw, thanks.
Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile. Cox postpaid internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. to H 2023. Other restrictions apply. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
A staple in Omaha can be a staple in your wardrobe. Hi, everybody. I'm Gary Sharp for Lindley Clothing, Omaha's premier provider of men's fashion. I can tell you firsthand, I'm extremely satisfied. Most recent purchase of a Baroni suit, but that wasn't the best part of the experience at Lindley Clothing. It was the assistance that was given to me while I was in. Attention to detail, professionalism, positive energy in the store was fantastic. From suits to shorts and everything in between, Lindley Clothing and Well Suited, they've got you covered. And they're conveniently located in the Linden Market, 132nd and West Dodge. Check out Lindley Clothing today.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Host Coffee stands as the vibrant heart of every break room, offering the unique fusion of traditional quality and modern flair. We're not just your coffee provider, we're the center of memorable workplace moments. Call Host Coffee today.
Proudly serving Nebraska since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Planning something fun for your office, family, or friends? Joe's Karting is for you. Take a break. Come to Joe's to race, relax, and recharge. Great for team building. Ditch the speaker and burn some rubber. Trust us, Joe says you'll leave motivated. Joe's Karting race packages range from providing simple stress relief races to the real deal race experience. Check us out at joeskarting.com. Remember, go to Joe's, your place to race.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at babbel.com. Just go to babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's babbel.com. BABBEL.com.
Roofing, siding, and gutters. Make the right call with the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
Where's my wood? This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone.
John, you've heard of the Zone deal before. Go to 1620thezone.com
It's a
on
very big deal.
Friday mornings at 9 a.m.
It's a huge deal.
Do you know what this week's Zone deal is for?
I'm not familiar.
Cops Pizza, John.
Oh, them guys.
Pizza, steak,
And
seafood, tasty charred wings, and a whole lot more. Dine and carry out or delivery. 3 locations in Omaha. $50 worth of vouchers. Only $25. Again, Friday morning at 9 at 1620thezone.com.
Feed yourself.
Yeah.
Visit 1620thezone.com starting Friday morning at 9. So we found out what the price was for UConn to pony up to keep Dan Hurley. You might recall Dan Hurley from such hits as, hey, instead of hiring this podcaster who's LeBron's good buddy, let's hire a qualified basketball coach who may have not coached pro basketball before and his personality may not fit the college game, but we'll look at it hard anyway.
I really do not like Celtics, John. I do not like Celtics, John. Bring back Lakers, John.
Well, Lakers John would have said the same thing. Lakers John would have said, what? First of all, why are you turning your team over to this guy who's obviously nearing the end of his career and ain't won a championship since they were in the COVID bubble?
Interesting. An old who won a title in 2020 and won't give up.
I don't want to give everything to him.
Isn't that interesting, though? Another old who won something of importance in 2020, in the fall of 2020?
Yeah, that's, But Dan Hurley has signed a 6-year, $50 million extension.
Isn't that what the Lakers were offering him? Right in that neighborhood? Because people are like, wow, that's not as much money as I figured the Lakers would have offered him.
Yeah. That, by the way, comes out to a cool $8.3 million a year per average. Which, by the way, still does not make him the highest paid coach in college basketball. Now, this is
that Bill Self?
This is only updated. Well, I guess it was updated on March the 13th, so it's not too dated.
And obviously, you're going to have some private schools that are not going to show up on this
Yes, the
list.
private schools will not show up.
Is Bill Self number one?
Bill Self is numero uno, 9.4 million from the school.
And Calipari was number one, correct? Before, wasn't he above 10?
No, Calipari is at 8 points.
No, but wasn't he above 10 when he was at Kentucky?
No, this said, this has
interesting.
him still at Kentucky. This was updated mid-March at 8.5 million.
I would not have guessed that. Interesting.
8.5. And then it drops off dramatically.
Yeah.
The offer rejected by the Lakers was for 6 years, $70 million.
Okay, so a little bit more.
It's a little bit more.
A little bit more, not too
But
much.
same, pretty similar ballpark.
So that's the price. But I still think, selfishly, Dan Hurley made the right decision for himself, for the sport. And especially given what the Lakers have done since they didn't hire Dan Hurley, seems like it's even a smarter move.
Like what? What'd they do? Oh, you're talking about drafting Bronny?
I didn't want to say that. I think,
oh, yeah, we've kind of banned him, haven't we?
I think we need to LeVar Ball this situation.
Hey, I don't hate that idea. Or we could use it to get listens. ESPN's using it for clicks. I don't see why we couldn't do the same thing.
Did you see Well, no.
See, you're doing it. You're doing it.
Nope, not doing it.
You're giving them what they
on.
want.
Moving on.
You're giving them what they want.
Moving on.
Okay.
Moving on to this. I saw this today. We've done a lot of different graphs and things regarding college football and recruiting, but I saw this today while we're on the subject of college basketball. This was a tweet that was put out earlier today.
What's it say?
This is the last 10 years.
Okay.
The average rank of recruiting classes are along the x-axis, left to right, and on the y-axis, north to south or south to north.
Number of wins. To show, where all of the major college schools lie. We've never really done with college basketball. And rightfully so. This will be the only time we ever do this. So college basketball dorks, enjoy this while you can. College basketball in July.
We're another day closer to college basketball, Josh.
Yeah, we're another day closer to college basketball ending as well, John.
But
as we know it.
But we've never really seen this in proximity to, Creighton and Nebraska. Now, keep in mind,
and heck, some of these other teams too.
Yeah, keep in mind, this is the last 10 years.
Yeah.
I think if you were to do the last 5 years, I think
Creighton's would be further to the left, right?
Yes.
Their recruiting rankings have gotten better and better. Yeah,
because in the last 10 years, Creighton couldn't be more in the middle of almost as dead center in the middle of this graph as possible.
Yeah.
Meaning, they're not mid-pack in terms of wins, because in terms of average number of wins, it looks like they're still top 25-ish.
Yeah.
Right? Because you're looking at all
and
the
it's
teams
not
above
this
them.
does not include all the teams. It gets to, on the rank of recruiting class, it gets to 110 plus.
Yeah.
So it is not including 300, because this graph would be way bigger.
What you're really looking at is you're looking at Big East, basically the traditional Power 5 plus the Big East plus the Mountain West.
Yeah.
And VCU's in there, so you're talking, it looks like the Americans involved in there too. Dayton. So, yeah, you're looking at the top 110-ish college basketball program.
What I find interesting, and not to move away from the local teams, but like it kind of tells me what I would have expected maybe about a Purdue. Gonzaga, for example. Gonzaga is, and again, their recruiting has also improved. Chet Holmgren was the number one rated player in the country a couple years ago. But they are middle of the pack-ish recruiting on this graphic, and yet they are, at the very top in terms of, wins per season. Even Purdue, with how well that they do, or San Diego State, another program that has had a lot of success, even though they do not recruit anywhere near the big boys. So it's obvious, we really do get to see how many of these schools are great at developing. Even Houston. I would not have guessed that Houston wouldn't be that great of a recruiter given the level of success that they have had on the floor under Kelvin Sampson.
Yeah, but Houston's basically averaged about a 65th place class.
Yeah.
Yet they've averaged between 26 and 27 wins per season.
Yeah, like you said, Creighton, their number, it would be better if this was just the last 5 years. Nebraska, really not surprised, honestly, that they're
so where it sits right now, Creighton is in the last 10 years has averaged almost 22 wins a season and about a 55th place recruiting class.
Yeah.
Nebraska has averaged about 14 wins per season.
And what, about the 58th? 59th?
And about the 58th ranked class.
Yeah.
So it's somewhat indicative of where they are. What's interesting, though, is, and again, this is last 10 years. So Creighton's ahead of Marquette.
In terms
of both.
Oh,
they've recruited a little better, and they're got more average wins, better than Providence,
Seton Hall,
better than Seton Hall. All programs that have won regular season or tournament conference.
Yeah, and again, not to keep emphasizing the 10-year thing, but I mean, if you do this just a few years later, you get rid of the first year post Doug, and then you get rid of some of those other years as well.
Well, I would say, and I didn't look this up, but I would guess that in the last 5 years, Creighton's probably averaging a top 20 recruiting class.
Yeah, and certainly
Or
they're up even higher in terms of the number of wins per year.
Yes. And I'll be honest, can't really tell you what I think Nebraska's average recruiting class would be. I'm
probably a little bit better would be my guess, but not but not that much.
But yeah, in case you were wondering, the programs that are in the very upper left quadrant, which are the highest recruiters and the highest succeeders.
Exactly what you'd expect. Duke, Kansas, Arizona, Carolina, and Kentucky.
Yeah.
Honestly, the biggest disappointment out of that group is just like the lack of championships for two of those schools. Arizona and Kentucky, 0 natties in that time frame, whereas North Carolina, Duke, and Kansas have all won. I mean, especially Arizona. I don't even believe they've made a Final Four in that stretch. Woof.
The underachieving programs, Louisville, Georgia, Georgetown.
Yeah.
Josh mentioned the overachieving programs, Houston,
the ones you'd
San Diego
expect.
State.
Yeah.
And the ones that are just bad at everything, DePaul.
Yeah, again, the ones you would expect. Cal, Boston College, Penn State.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I thought that was kind of interesting, and I knew you would appreciate it, Josh, because you like your stats.
Yeah,
But coming up next,
something I like even more.
Reluctantly, Josh is going to be drug kicking and screaming into talking about football.
Let's do it. If we have to, NFL and college in the same segment, this could be interesting for
Tim
me.
Graham of The Athletic, who covers the Bills and knows a little something about John Butler, Nebraska's presumed. I guess we could call him defensive backs coach elect.
Works for me.
You know, he's got to stay in the spirit of things.
Definitely. Oh, it's an election year. Good call.
Yeah. Tim Graham of The Athletic next on 1620 The Zone.
Big names, big games. We've got them all. 1620 The Zone.
The time between Memorial Day and Labor Day is known as the 100 deadliest days. Students are off for the summer, people are taking vacations, and the days are longer. It's a recipe for good times and long-lasting memories. Sadly, it accounts for 37% of Nebraska's traffic fatalities. Someone's waiting for you at a ball game, a party, or a wedding. Don't let a crash keep you away. Focus on driving. Brought to you by the Nebraska chapter of the National Safety Council and the NDOT Highway Safety Office.
It's going to be another sizzling hot summer. Stay cool with 35% off new Champion windows. Don't burn your money on high energy bills. Get new energy efficient windows from Champion. 35% off. Plus, get an extra $100 off every window you replace. The more you buy, the more you save. We help you choose the best design options for your home. We then build your project in our very own factory. Our install team manages your project every step of the way, and it's all backed by our lifetime guarantee. Plus, we're giving away the chance to win a $50,000 home makeover. Enter online today. Turn your house into your dream home with more livable space in a new Champion sunroom, or enhance your curb appeal with new siding. Now 35% off. Don't wait. This sale won't last long. 35% off windows, sunrooms, and siding. Plus, get an extra $100 off every window you replace. Call 877-GO-CHAMPION or visit championsavenow.com to schedule a free in-home estimate today. While discounts apply to our regular prices, select styles apply. Minimum purchase required. Cannot be combined with other advertised offers. See store or website for details.
At Athletico Physical Therapy, our favorite patients are the impatient ones. The ones who don't want to wait 3 months to see a specialist or wait until that little pain becomes a big one. The ones who know that Atletico's therapist can help them take the recovery into their own hands. Our favorite patients are the ones who just can't and won't wait because they don't have to. So get a little impatient and start with physical therapy at Atletico. With no prescription needed in most states to get started, you'll be right back at it in no time. Schedule your free assessment at atletico.com.
Success in today's electrical market requires your company to be able to adjust to an ever-changing field. A partnership with IBEW Local 22 gives you that flexibility with access to journeymen, apprentices, proven training programs, marketing assistance, entry into markets not available before, ability to expand and contract with changing market conditions, and a benefits package for you and your employees. Contact Bob at IBEW Local 22 for additional details at 402-980-7596.
Hello, I'm Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. If you've ever wanted to have your cake and eat it too, there's good news. You can have that every day at Equitable Bank. You get state-of-the-art mobile banking as well as online banking. And if you ever forget your password, don't worry. You can give us a call at 402-827-8100 and we'll answer it on the first ring to help. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
At Union Bank, people don't have your money. Your money has people. First home people, investment people, people who answer the phone and your chats, dream car people, dream retirement people, driving your dream car and your dream retirement people, small business people, credit card people, and all the other people you need. At Union Bank, our people help you do more than you dreamed possible. So stop in and say hello. We can't wait to see you. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
1620 The Zone at 1620thezone.com. 1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
So there were a few quotes and tweets that were flying through the Husker social media sphere regarding Nebraska's presumed new defensive backs coach, John Butler. Many of those quotes and many of those anecdotes came from a story that was published in The Athletic a few months ago, shortly after Butler stepped away from the Buffalo Bills, from our next guest. He is Tim Graham of The Athletic, joining us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. Tim, good afternoon. Thanks for coming on the program.
Thanks for having me.
So when you look at John Butler, one of the things that stood out to me was one of the tweets that you had. It was in response to your colleague, Mitch Sherman, and it was reflecting back on when you wrote the story with Butler in late February, saying, I've never had so many players come at me wanting to talk about how much they enjoyed their coach. Just describe for me, what those interactions were like.
So John Butler, highly respected, and I think that there were a lot of people on the Bills roster who thought that he would be the next defensive coordinator, and that's what played into one of the reasons why he left. And the story that I wrote, it wasn't really a messy divorce or any kind of scandal. He just wanted to run the defense. Sean McDermott, the head coach, went a different direction, and he just felt it was time for a change. Bobby Babich, the defensive coordinator that the Bills did go with, is young. John Butler's a little older. I think that he thought, hey, look, Bobby Babich, you wish him success. He's going to be good in this job. I'm going to be waiting too long, so I need to make a move. And the players were reaching out to pretty much say this guy deserves to be a defensive coordinator without them being upset at Sean McDermott or the organization. It's just one of those things. But I heard from both starting safeties, Micah Hyde and Jordan Poyer, guys who've been decorated Pro Bowls, all pros. Damar Hamlin, the player who everybody knows for what happened a couple of years ago in Cincinnati, but a very late round draft pick who John Butler molded into a starter by necessity because of some injuries. But Damar Hamlin that season really held down his own. Levi Wallace, another mid-round draft pick. He has done so much with whatever you give him. I mean, obviously, I am hesitant to say how great a coach is because I'm a layman in many ways. I know who I can talk to. I know people. I have people I can trust that will tell me. And then also anecdotal things just pile up. You take a look at the statistics and how good the Bills defense was in terms of its pass coverage and in terms of making plays on the ball, their defensive backs dislodging balls, forcing fumbles, recovering fumbles, all this type of stuff. And then you have just the array of players that he has excelled with. Yes, he can work with talented players. Anybody can work with a Micah Hyde or a Jordan Poyer. But when you have guys consistently winning jobs, young guys, rookies, second-year players who were undrafted or late-round draft picks, winning opening day starting jobs, that goes to show what kind of a coach you're dealing with. And they don't miss a beat. And so I think that that was really the anecdotal thing to me. And then, of course, like you say, the players just wanting to reach out. They want this man to get the gig, whether it's, I'm sure that they would like to have seen him become a defensive coordinator, but to be able to become the Nebraska defensive backs coach in July is a coup. I think it's a coup for Nebraska and for John Butler. It's a great opportunity. And it just seems to me to be like one of those things that it seems like a great match and common sense. You just don't expect it to happen in July.
Tim, one of the quotes that stood out to me, you mentioned a player in that answer, Levi Wallace. He said in your story, there's not too many coaches out there who can lead and communicate like John does. And he added, he's rare. I wonder, and I loved what you said there at the end too about like, you're just going off of what you heard, but any idea on like exactly how that showed itself when he was in Buffalo, that rarity of how he was able to communicate?
So he is a fiery competitor. He's one of those guys. And look, we're surrounded by these types of people in what we do for a living, covering sports, even at the college level, the NFL level, highly competitive people. Sometimes, I think that fans would be surprised at how non-competitive some people are who are in this business. They happen to do it because they're really good at it and because the money's good, and it either got them a scholarship or it's going to make them a lot of money as a draft pick, and they go through the motions. But John Butler, it takes it to a different level. And he was a guy who he admitted earlier in his career, maybe he had a hard time dealing with the competitive aspects of it. The old coaching adage, the losses hurt more than the wins feel good. But there was times when I would walk past him after a game and it looked like he lost a family member. Like he was dealing with grief, like he was in it. And I think he channels it in such a way that other coaches can't. Now, here he is, several years in the NFL, his college background, being the defensive coordinator at Penn State. His resume speaks for itself. Over the years, I think that he's learned to channel that competitiveness, to be able to speak to players in a way that gets them going. He can speak their language, but also do it in such a way that they learn, that they get better. It's not just motivational speaking. It is the teaching. It is the fundamentals. It is breaking it down in a way not only that they understand, but also motivates them. And I think that a lot of times you hear about coaches who are just good at teaching the fundamentals, but not the other parts. Or the coaches who say, all right, guys, this is the system we're going to run, learn it. Well, and if you can't, you're not on the field. He's one of those guys that's learned to do whatever he needs to do with the players he has. So again, I know I'm speaking in kind of generalities. I don't have a specific example to it, but when you have so many players saying the same thing, it's true. It's not just somebody who's saying something just to be nice. And let's face it. Look, I've covered the Bills for a long time, but usually when I call a player or text a player because I need a quote for something or I'm doing a story, they don't call back. NFL players have more important things to do than to talk to a reporter. And I think that they groan and roll their eyes at the idea of, oh, what's this guy want now? But when it came to John Butler, it was just one after another. And I think that if his background holds, then Nebraska and Nebraska players are going to love playing for this guy.
Tim Graham of The Athletic. And if this isn't a question you feel comfortable answering, and it's not an uncomfortable question, but I'm curious, just based on in your interactions with him, in your conversations with him, because one of the questions a lot of people around here will have is, well, he's obviously got the X's and O's down. The statistics on all the different things that his secondaries have accomplished since joining the Buffalo Bills are top 5 in just about every important category. But what is he going to be like on the recruiting side of things? Again, if it's not something you feel like you're well enough to answer, I understand, but I'm curious, just reading him, if you think that side of the game is something he'd be comfortable doing.
I think so. And I think it goes back to the story that I wrote several months ago. The Nebraska job wasn't even available when I did that story. And he specifically mentions going to college to be a defensive coordinator. If that's what it takes, that's, whatever the next job is, he wants a path. Now, does that mean that Nebraska's current defensive coordinator has a bullseye on his back? No, I don't think so. I think you're obviously in July here. John Butler wants to work. He wants to be a part of a team. He's probably willing to be that assistant coach and not be the defensive coordinator. And this gives him a chance to be in football at a high level. But he's done the recruiting before. He's been at the college level for a long, long time. Like I said, the defensive coordinator at Penn State. He was at South Carolina as the special teams coach. even Minnesota. So he's been in the Big Ten. He's been in big-time football. And he's coming into this with his eyes wide open. It's not like this is a lifetime NFL coach. Maybe the guy who came up as a quality control coach through nepotism or whatever and got that somehow got that college job or that NFL job right out of college. He's done this before. So you're not getting a coach who is going to get into it and say, oh my God, I didn't realize it was all this. I mean, I just want to coach. I want it to be like it was on Sunday afternoons and getting after it no, he knows what it is. And I don't think that he'd be getting back into it if he wasn't mindful of that and ready to do it.
Tim, was his plan to sit out this year, do you think? Like we talked about it earlier, is it concerning at all that, he didn't have a job for the last 5 or 6 months, but it makes sense on its face, just given how many jobs are full by the time you get to the end of February. And so it makes me think that he wasn't going to coach this year. What do you think?
I think he was, and this is just me speaking. I am surmising this.
Yeah.
He has not specifically told me this. He was up for the Washington job that Bill Belichick's son got. And then I think, he doesn't have an agent and he has a son who's involved in sports and is in high school. And I think he wanted to make sure he was there for his son, through the spring. They go to school pretty late here in Western New York. Criminally late as far as I'm concerned. My son just graduated from high school last week. It's June. It's almost July. And we go, I think it's because they build in for the snow days and all the different holidays. I don't know. There's a couple breaks mixed in. I hate it. Anyways, I'm sure John Butler wanted to make sure his family was set. That is something that he discussed with me when we did do the interview. And that was his son is very important to him, and being there and watching him play sports and do all the things. And so I think he was probably like, hey, if something comes up, I'll look into it. But I don't think he was aggressively going after a job. So I think that plays in with, I don't think that he was looking, being turned down. I think it was just serendipitous that Nebraska happens to need a guy. And oh, by the way, here's John Butler sitting around and probably getting a little antsy because training camps are about to start opening in the NFL here in a couple of weeks. His son is now freshly out of school. And hey, let's go. I think to me, it just seems like it was a nice coincidence.
We're talking with Tim Graham of The Athletic. You mentioned a moment ago, he doesn't have an agent. You wrote in your story, he's not one to play that game, the game of, getting his name out there necessarily, doing the networking side of things, having people in the insider industry who are, passing along tips. And so maybe that has cost him when it has come to achieving his dream of being an NFL coordinator. What do you think that says about his personality in general?
Well, for me, if I were to tell him from a business standpoint, I said, you're an idiot. Get an agent. Get an agent, man. Play that game. But I think it's admirable. And it's what he told me in the story when I interviewed him. He always thought his work would speak for itself. Unfortunately, there's a political element to coaching, and it's always been that way. It's who you know, and it's who your agent knows a lot of times. And you could take a look at NFL staffs, and I don't really have a great example off the top of my head currently, but for instance, when Sean McDermott became the head coach of the Bills, I think by his second year, his agent is Bob Lamont. And by his second year, a majority, I don't want to specify, all of his key assistants were also Bob Lamont clients. And I think that happens quite a bit, and I don't think it's not scandalous or anything. I think, you might know that your coach is about to leave for another job or to retire or for whatever reason. One of the first people you might pick up the phone is call your agent and say, hey, you got anybody you want me to interview? And so those are the types of things that happen. And he has never really just had that boost. And I do think, I don't want to talk out of turn here, but I think he's been looking at an agent, he knows that he needs to do it eventually if he wants to get to where he wants to be. But I think he was kind of letting things unfold organically here over the last couple of months is the impression that I got. And so maybe now he'll go out and get that agent. But I think that this is just something that happened to come up, and he was ready to do it.
Hey, Tim, one more from me before we let you go. I just wanted to know about the Bills. I mean, that they were, of the teams that the Chiefs beat in the AFC playoffs last season, they were the ones that gave them the best game. They finally got to have them come to Buffalo instead of having to go to KC, and they still lost in heartbreaking and excruciating fashion. What's your read on this team as training camp rapidly approaches?
I think they're still the best team in the AFC East. The Dolphins took some losses on their roster, particularly on the defensive side of the ball. Now, they're still going to be good. The Jets are just the Jets. Yes, Aaron Rodgers is there, and they're kind of a chic pick to win the AFC East, but I'm going to need to see it for a couple of months maybe before I can really be convinced that the Jets have figured it out. I mean, Aaron Rodgers' offseason doesn't instill a lot of optimism for me, for Jets fans out there. I think that the Bills beat Kansas City if either of their starting linebackers is healthy. They were down two great linebackers, Terrell Bernard and Matt Milano, both with injuries. They had brought in A.J. Klein, who 3 weeks earlier was planning a vacation. He was he was a street free agent, and he had been with the Bills in previous times. He knew the system, and they brought him back for the home stretch because he could wear the green dot and call the defensive signals. And that's how bad it was. And the game was close. I think if Terrell Bernard or Matt Milano are on the field when the Chiefs play, the Bills not only win that game, but they probably get to the Super Bowl. And those guys are both back and should be healthy for the start of the season.
Tim Graham of The Athletic. Tim, I'm not guessing you had Talk to Nebraska media guys on your July bingo card, but congratulations. You've been able to check it off this weekend.
Serendipitous for me, too.
Yeah, incredible. Tim, thank you very much. We appreciate the insight.
Take care, guys.
Thank you, Tim.
Tim Graham of The Athletic. No drama, folks.
He was fun. I like that guy.
Fun,
I want the go Bills, baby. I want them to make a deep run so we can have Tim back on the show when it's cold in January.
We'll have Tim back on.
I like that guy.
We preview 25 NFL teams in 25.
Nice. What an interesting hire that this is, and we're just. Look, a lot of what I'm going off of is honestly coming from Tim.
Sure.
Whether it's talking to him now
are coming off
and that article, but what he had to say, and he said this at the beginning of the conversation. I know he's mentioned it on Twitter too over the last 48 hours or so. The players reaching out to him and wanting to talk and to celebrate this guy. I read that quote. Not too many coaches out there who can lead and communicate like John does. He's rare. That's what a former Bills cornerback, Levi Wallace said. It just. I think that we've known people in our lives who wanted a raise, wanted a promotion, whatever it was, didn't get it, felt like they'd hit a ceiling at their job and decided to move on. Seemed like this is certainly the case of that. He goes into a situation now where I think you and I are in agreement. This is going to be Tony White's last year at Nebraska for good reasons, not for bad. He's going to move on. He's going to be a head coach somewhere, and this guy would slide in and take over that role for him. We'll see what happens with recruiting. You asked that question. That's the thing that we don't know about at this moment in time, but with the new unlimited staff rule, you wonder if that ends up being okay. But he's also coached in college, so this isn't, as he said, this isn't an NFL lifer who's coming into college with no idea about how to deal with that.
No, that is true. And listen, recruiting's about relationships, and if the relationships he's able to build with the players, and in the NFL, you're cycling through a bunch of guys. He's gone through a variety of different defensive backs in Buffalo.
For sure.
And they all have the same thing to say about him. It probably tells you that he would be decent in building those relationships with high school kids.
Yeah, for sure.
You would think so.
Yeah.
So we'll see. Coming up, we got the happy hour. I've got a dead body to show you. And we had a leftover question from
Topic Alert?
From Topic Alert that we didn't get to.
You don't want to save it for next summer?
I might
would it age a little bit?
No, it wouldn't. That's the beauty of Topic Alert is none of the subjects we talked about on Friday would have aged.
That's true. Cats are funny texts in. Maybe replace Mitch Holthus with Tim Graham. No more Mitch Holthus. Bills every Wednesday.
I've never heard Tim call a football game, so I don't know if that would be a good replacement.
He has a good voice. I'm guessing he would do a fine job.
But as fine as Mitch?
At calling a game? I mean, Mitch is one of the best, so
Mitch is one of the best. Forget about the histrionics and the Chiefs love and all this other stuff.
People forget he loves the Chiefs.
Technically, when it comes to calling a football game on radio, Mitch does it the right way.
You know, we're getting close to it being Mitch season again.
Yes,
to him joining us
are.
for the 2 to 3 minute segment and John making it suddenly an 8 or 9 minute segment.
So all of you out there have been like, oh, I want my summer to go away so we can have more football. But at the same time, say, oh, I can't stand that Mitch Holtis. Guess what?
What?
This is what you get. You get more Mitch.
Tweet at John to ask one less question so the interview is shorter. Tighten it up.
Why don't we just ask Josh not to ask any questions? And then it would tighten it up too.
When you are gone, that's what happens. Schaefer doesn't ask Mitch a question. I ask him like 2 questions and I say, see you later. But when you do it, it's like church on a Sunday when I want to go home and eat and my mom is talking to another person at church. Mom, I want to go home and have bad pot roast.
Well, you know what you can do?
What?
When you walk home and make your own dinner.
I don't want to walk home.
And have your own crispy mashed potatoes.
Yum!
The happy hour's next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time Saving Traffic Center, there's a crash on eastbound I-80 between 84th and 72nd, and it's causing delays from I-680. Over in Council Bluffs, there's stopped traffic on southbound I-29 between exit 47 and 42. There's heavy delays on westbound Dodge between 72nd and 90th, and from 132nd to 137. Be sure to buckle up and drive safe out there. I'm Joey Colbert.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Fernando's Omaha.
Fernando's knows when it's summer.
Washing dishes? No, don't even.
So bring the family to one of Fernando's 2 metro locations and leave the dishes for later. Oh, and have a Tootsie Pop after. Get your Fernando's fix, Omaha's favorite Mexican for 30 years.
I can't believe tax season is here already. Look at all this info I have to enter.
Phil's small accounting firm is growing in numbers.
Why didn't I take that typing class in high school?
A data entry specialist could really help him in a crunch.
I got blisters on my fingers.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
You're always better with a roof from JR.
We've had more than our fair share of hail and wind this year. Are you playing Roofer Roulette? That's when you bet your roof and your home on the first random roofer to ring your doorbell. Why do that when JR Roofing offers a free hail and wind report online at jrstormcheck.com? Just plug in your address and we'll pull a multi-year storm report. You'll know exactly what your roof has been put through and if you even need an inspection. If you do, no one is more thorough and works better with your insurance than locally owned, veteran-owned JR Roofing. And if you need a new roof, remember, a roof from JR comes with a lifetime warranty on workmanship. Don't play Roofer Roulette with your home. Visit jrhailcheck.com. And remember,
you're always better with a roof from JR.
Visit jrhailcheck.com.
A staple in Omaha can be a staple in your wardrobe. Hi, everybody. I'm Gary Sharp for Lindley Clothing, Omaha's premier provider of men's fashion. I can tell you firsthand, I'm extremely satisfied. Most recent purchase of a Baroni suit, but that wasn't the best part of the experience at Lindley Clothing. It was the assistance that was given to me while I was in. Attention to detail, professionalism, positive energy in the store was fantastic. From suits to shorts and everything in between, Lindley Clothing and Well Suited, they've got you covered. And they're conveniently located in the Linden Market, 132nd and West Dodge. Check out Lindley Clothing today.
Don't miss this week's Zone Deal.
This week's half-off deal is Kopp's. Receive 2 $25 gift vouchers for just $25. Kopp's makes delicious pizza, fresh salads, and tasty charred wings. For the basic menu, click koppspizza.com. And for the extended menu, visit them at Shadow Lake Town Center, 180th and Center, and the newly reopened 72nd and Jones locations.
Zone deals go fast. 9 a.m. Friday, 1620thezone.com.
They say health is wealth, and I could not agree more. That's why if you or somebody in your life is living with everyday aches and pains, I want to tell you about Relief Factor. And I'm telling you, I can feel the difference. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that helps fight pain naturally. Naturally. Now that's a big deal. Developed by doctors. Relief Factor's unique formula of ingredients all work together to help support your body's response to inflammation. Instead of masking pain for a couple of hours, Relief Factor actually helps reduce or even eliminate your pain for good. Whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain, if you're looking to feel better, live better, give Relief Factor a try. In 3 weeks, you will know if it's working because you'll feel it. For instance, I was sent Relief Factor to try, and I've been taking it every single day. I'll tell you what, I feel the difference every day. Go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That's 1-800-4-RELIEF. Save on your first order. Don't let pain tell you how to live. Fight back naturally with Relief Factor. These products and statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
It'd be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a pro.
Throw.
When you're gone.
The happy hour. Peter? Bro. Peter, you've done this before.
Well done. Well executed.
A little premature.
Peter's done such a good job all day today.
And that was
He's called
his best
the guests.
job. That was his best job right there. Shutting off Mr. Crispy Mashed Potatoes right in the middle.
Sorry, I thought you liked French fries, John. You don't like French fries?
That's not French fries are not
No,
mashed
French
potatoes.
fries are the original crispy mashed
No,
potatoes.
they're not.
Unreal.
If you need references to what we're talking about, go back to the beginning of the
Go back to the not crossover.
Yeah, the first segment when Josh goes on a rant about wet mashed potatoes, and then we had to educate
No,
him
I
the
go on
fact
a
that
no.
mashed potatoes
no,
actually
no,
have to
no.
have moisture in them.
I didn't go on a rant about wet mashed potatoes. I went on a rant about wet potatoes inside of your god awful. What is it again?
It's called pot roast.
Ugh.
His name is Terrence Knighton, if you must know.
Yeah. Oh,
and
is
he's
it
one of my?
But what's his
people 'cause he's
bio
born
on
the
Twitter
4th of
say?
July.
Where is he coaching?
It says he's born
Tell
on the
me.
4th of July. He's a good person.
Mike tweets in JTech Construction's own Twitter feed. He says, "I've been listening on and off since the early 1:55 p.m. start." That's right. A reminder.
Yeah, we started
Odson quit his show early today for some reason. He writes, "Originally, I thought John was triggered by Paul's skeins. Now I'm beginning to think he's triggered by life itself. Josh, how's John's cardiac health? I'm starting to worry. Hashtag heart health matters."
I am perfectly fine, as I explained to him. I am
Interesting.
perfectly fine. It was Josh that had the tizzy fit and was down on the ground in a fetal position crying when I told him I watched the Godzilla movie with the overdub.
Yes.
Oh my God, it's the worst thing you've ever done in your life.
No, you've done worse things. It's just I
have to tolerate you and your not wet mashed potato.
No, this is a very normal thing. Everyone in my life has to tolerate me. Get in line, John. Get in line.
It's a damn long line.
Doc texts into the show. Doc, who I would say is definitely, he'd probably say he's a realist. I would say one of our most pessimistic listeners. Doc says, outside of Tony White, I haven't been impressed with any one of Rule's hires the last couple of years. It seems like he's basically just tired of staff that'll keep Nebraska around the 5-7 mark every year, but that's about it. NIL is Nebraska's only saving grace in recruiting at this point, and it's not even doing that well. This is one of the poorest recruiting staffs I have seen at Nebraska. I think Doc is mixing up being poor at recruiting and not liking the results that the staff has at recruiting. I don't think that they are disappointed by the types of players that they are landing, because I think they are purposefully going after these guys. I don't think that this is like a settle. And look, have 5 stars or 4 stars turned them down? Yes, there was the player recently who went to Alabama. That certainly happened. But this is what they want. I don't think that this is like the early Bo Pelini era was very much in the same vein in terms of like lower ranked guys, but that was, in my opinion, because of laziness. This is not because of laziness. This is because these are the types of players that they want.
Well, yeah, this is their philosophy. Oh, by the way, if you missed it over the weekend, David Sanders Jr., the top-ranked offensive lineman in the nation, narrowed down to his last 4 teams.
You see the
Nebraska.
boombox?
Nebraska wasn't even in his last 6. And then they make an appearance in his final 4.
Because they have the boombox.
Or maybe
he's going to go to Nebraska.
Maybe Matt Rule and Uncle Don and Father Dom.
Yeah,
might have been doing some work with him.
Andy writes,
but either way, it's listen. It's probably a recruiting philosophy, and we're gonna unless Nebraska's either A, starts winning a boatload of games with the players that they have, or B, starts recruiting in the top 5,
which is not going to happen.
You're not going to satisfy those folks.
And that's what has to happen, right? If this is how they're going to operate, that's fine. They have to win games with it, though. But here's the thing,
but they
man.
have to win games with no matter what
100%.
they do.
Here's the thing, though. Their recruiting class ranked the same as all of the Nebraska recruiting classes always do.
Yeah.
You know, it was a top 25 class.
Yep.
And in the end, they did get, and we talked about this a little with Shafe last Wednesday, they got 3 players, I believe, in the top 100, including a quarterback by the name of Dylan Raiola. Andy writes on YouTube, Doc sounds like an idiot. So Andy is out on Doc.
I wouldn't say he's an idiot. He would rather see Nebraska up there with the Michigans.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even saying the Alabamas and the Georgias and the Ohio States, even just the Michigans.
Yeah.
That's where, and we go through this with every coaching staff about their philosophy on how they operate in recruiting, all of this stuff. And we always vacillate back and forth. No, we need to recruit more of the in-state kids. No, we need to go recruit more of the 4 stars from Texas. No, we need to go be here. We need to be there. We're going to continue to go through this vacillating back and forth until whatever plan is in place works in terms of wins and losses. I guarantee you, if this year or starting next year, whenever it is, and Nebraska starts winning 9 games on the regular again or 10 games on the regular again, then you're going to have a lot of people, not everyone like Doc, but a lot of people like Doc who are like, finally, we've got a coach who's got a plan and knows how to recruit to it. That's how it's going to work.
100%. Theo writes, remember when Rule complained about JB's classic Baby Maguire bit? Did Rule complain about Tiny Baby Boy?
No.
Is that what happened, John? Is that why you stopped calling him that? Did Matt Rule call you?
Well, I didn't start that. Didn't Happer start Tiny Baby Boy?
I thought you did.
I thought Happer did.
No, maybe he did.
Well, we all carried
Did Matt
on.
Rule call you and say, John Bishop, you need to stop saying this? Is that why you stopped?
No, the last time Matt called me, I said, Evan Cooper needs to go. And you need to do it on a Friday after a holiday.
And blame
going
something
into a
funny
weekend.
on the internet.
Yeah, and make it really humorous and funny.
Salacious.
That's something that we can talk about vaguely, but not too
Can't totally get
specifically.
into.
Right.
Yeah. What an interesting conversation.
But it was a very interesting conversation.
Topic alert?
Hey, do you want to see a dead body first?
Oh, yeah, you keep teasing this. What is this?
You want to see a dead body?
What is this dead body?
Well, I saw a tweet this weekend.
From? Bill Simmons.
No.
Oh.
It was a college football account of some ilk.
Pete Thamel.
And it claimed that Nebraska has lost, I believe the number was 25 or 26 straight games against ranked teams.
Yeah, they haven't won since the Michigan State game. No, the Oregon game in 2016. Yeah, it's been a while.
And so I finally just said, you know what? I need to start keeping track of these things because we always talk about the one-score games.
Unreal.
The one-score games
Yeah.
and beating ranked teams.
Yeah.
And so I've started my own spreadsheet. And yeah, here's the dead
So the
body.
dead body is Nebraska. We know that they're dead.
Yeah.
You're beating the horse. The dead horse.
No, I just wanted
the
to give
horse
you
that's
some numbers,
dead.
That's all. So going back to Pelini.
Pelini, as you often call him.
No, it's spelled Pelini.
Oh, okay.
Or it could be Palayanai.
It could be Palayanai. I don't hate it. Bo Palayanai.
Record in one-score games, and that's decided by 8 points or less.
Okay.
Because technically that would be a one-score game if you got the 2-point conversion. And versus ranked teams. And not surprisingly, Nebraska only has 11 wins against ranked teams since 2008. And 9 of them belong to Bo Palayanai.
By the way, that one-score game number, how many of those happened in like his last 2 years? When they started, or last 3 years, I guess, when they started winning a lot of random one-score games. Remember the stretch in 2012? They get boat raced by Ohio State. And he's like, we have to win out. They win a one-score game against Northwestern. They win an overtime game, if I remember right, versus Penn State. There was another one in there that I'm forgetting. 2013, more of the overtime game would have been the next year versus Penn State. But they had this great streak going of winning one-score games. The issue was that every time they lost, it was a tire fire, and they would lose by like 30 points.
To that point, 2012, they went 4-1 in one-score games.
Okay.
And they all happened in conference.
Mm-hmm.
And then in 2013, they went 5-0 in one-score games. And 4 of those 5 happened in their last 6 games.
That's amazing.
Yeah. But so the good news is now I have a definitive reference point.
Good. You're keeping track about it.
But by the way, the streak is 24 straight losses to ranked teams.
Okay.
So I don't know what this other Twitter account was citing, but I always use the AP poll because that's the most consistent. It's the oldest.
Yeah, my guess is
and it's what Husker Max uses. And if it's good enough for Husker Max,
it's good enough for John.
For me.
Yeah, there must be, a team was maybe ranked in one and not ranked in the other.
Yeah.
By the way, I did just get a text from someone. The Bo Pauline bit kills me. So there you go. There's at least one person who thinks it's funny.
Well, now it's Bo Palayanai. Can you imagine? Can you imagine how much fun they could have had if Illinois would have hired him?
When they played the Illini?
No, if Illinois would have hired him. Palayanai for the Illini.
That would have been really funny. Would have been really.
They could have had a lot of fun with that.
Uh-huh.
I mean, how many proper names and coaches end with INI?
Can't really imagine.
Well, I mean, there's a few, but
yeah.
Bo Palayanai for the Illini.
Not a ton, that's for sure.
Yeah, Scott Frost went 0-16 versus ranked.
Oh, wow. I never would have guessed it with all those losses that he had all the time. Yeah, who knew?
Yeah.
It's time for Matt Rule to get one. The issue, honestly, with this year, on paper, there are not a whole lot of teams that will be ranked. On paper, right now, it's Ohio State.
That's for now.
Let's see what happens with Iowa. Let's see what happens with Wisconsin. Certainly, Colorado will not be ranked.
Maybe USC or UCLA.
Maybe,
but
not UCLA. Maybe USC. But yeah, so like that is the blessing and the curse of the long runway that we won't shut up about in the first 7 games. The long runway is no ranked teams. The negative part is, at least in the far right column, stick to sports, on this graphic, they won't be able to change that until late October. The one-score games thing, though, that's something that you can control if a game becomes a one-score game. You can control that.
By the way, Nebraska's lost 18 of their last 21 one-score games.
So let's see. They had last year, Northwestern, I believe, was a one-score win. The year before, they beat, was it Rutgers was a one-score win in Iowa? Those are, I believe, the only ones.
Yes, Northwestern last year.
Yep, and then 2.
And then
Mickey Joseph had a couple.
And then Mickey had Rutgers and Iowa.
Yeah, yikes.
Those are the only wins, one-score wins since 2021.
Woof. And so then you got to go all the way back to 2020? What, like the Penn State game? Or no, the Rutgers game, I guess. The last game of the It's the last game of the season.
Yeah.
Wow. John, bad. Those are bad numbers.
I told you if you wanted to see a dead body.
Yes, I don't. This is not a snuff film. It's a radio show. Hey, Husker fans, you want to be even more depressed?
Why do they call it a snuff film?
Good question.
Because doesn't that encompass also pornography?
Yeah, but I think a very specific type.
Oh, when people get snuffed out?
Sure, that's one word for it.
Or there's a lot of sniffing. A lot of people sniffing.
Yeah, it
doesn't say. I always wondered that. What defines a snuff film?
Yeah, I don't know why that was the word.
Yeah, I don't know.
There was a film called Snuff.
Oh, well.
Which
cool.
Had some of those Snuff is a 1976 splatter film. Never heard of that. It's a subgenre of horror. Movie club? Want to watch Snuff? 1976, 80 minutes long. It'd be a short watch.
I'm guessing that's one of those films
I'm gonna
that
look up
shows
Snuff.
up on a very
Streaming.
obscure streaming website that you don't want to watch because
You mean Amazon.com? If you watch with Full Moon, you can start a free trial for 7 days with Full Moon, whatever that is.
What
Or
is
you
Full
could
Moon?
must be some app. We could rent it for $2. There you go.
Yeah, I'm good.
You don't want to watch it?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. See if Kent's seen it, maybe.
I mean, Kent has seen everything.
He has. He's seen a lot of stuff.
And he's seen some things many times.
Mm-hmm.
That's a reminder that Godzilla
-1.
Thank you. Couldn't remember the name. Why did they come up with the name?
Great question. I was wondering the same thing.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I don't know.
Horribly acted. Horribly titled.
Horribly acted. This is unreal.
I mean, when the lizard is the best thing in the acting, I mean, you know that.
Unreal.
No, I actually liked it.
Yeah, it's a good movie. I enjoyed it.
It doesn't have to be well acted to be a good movie.
No, you saying it's well acted when you weren't watching the movie in its original language is stupid. It's an asinine statement. It's asinine.
That you can decipher good acting when you can't understand what's being said.
No
It's
offense,
also
but
an
yes,
asinine statement.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. You don't know what they're saying. You're reading what they're saying, but you don't know what they're saying.
Acting is not about understanding the language, John. It's about
yes, but it gives you the full picture of what you're trying to take in.
You saying that I can't decipher good acting because I don't understand the language is another asinine statement. You don't think Kent can discern good acting when he watches the movie? You can't watch a foreign language movie and be like, that's a good actor, even though you don't understand him?
Just because we disagree on how we thought the movie was acted doesn't mean you're right and I'm wrong.
No, but then that's not the issue anymore. The issue now is that you say I can't discern if it's good acting or not.
I don't think you can. I think your opinion is terrible.
What if Kent says, yeah, I thought the acting was really good?
Well, we disagree on things.
But what if he says, I can tell acting even if I don't understand Japanese? So if you watch that movie about Hitler, that's the over. You don't think that you could be like, that's a good Hitler? As an actor. You don't feel like you'd be comfortable saying that? Like, wow, he really nailed that character.
I don't want to ever be saying anything that's a good Mr. H.
Yeah.
The fact that you put those in the same sentence is very...
I want to watch that movie. I've never watched it, but I want to. The one that has the memes.
I thought you've seen it.
No, I never watched that one.
I thought we had that in Movie Club.
No. Well, if we did, I was gone that week. Yeah.
God, I could have sworn we had that.
Get out the master list.
The master what?
The master list.
The master what?
It's called a list,
wow.
John. It's called a list.
You are tiptoeing in some dangerous territory.
I'm talking about acting. We're talking about films. We are movie reviewers on the Grum, among other things.
Coming up, we missed out. We skipped over a topic from Topic Alert Day. We'll circle back around to it. It has to do with the college football playoff.
Okay.
Next on 1620 The Zone.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
From the
South Bay to the Valley.
Randy Newman.
From the West Side
George Kennedy
to
eating
the
a cake.
East Side. Everybody's very happy because the sun is shining all the time. Looks like another perfect day. I love LA. We love it.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast presented by Funplex Water Park and Rides from the KETV Newswatch 7 Weather Center on 1620 The Zone.
Sunny to partly cloudy and pleasant this evening with the temperatures in the lower 80s. Later tonight, mostly clear, dropping back in the lower 60s for low. And then mostly sunny and pleasantly warm for Tuesday with a high temperature in the mid-80s. I am Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV Newswatch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roof and Time Saving Traffic Center. There's an accident causing delays on eastbound I-80 between Q and 72nd. Over in Council Bluffs, there is stop-and-go traffic on southbound I-29 between I-80 and exit 42. Northbound I-680's got slight delays between Ford and Blair High. Westbound Dodge has got major delays between 72nd and 90th and from 120th to 150th. Be sure to buckle up and drive safe out there. I'm Joey Colbert.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
We're excited to announce the grand opening of Saul's Jewelry and Loan's new downtown location. It's a Saul's shopping experience like you've never seen. Amazing jewelry finds at our famous best in town prices. Tools, bikes, guitars. 22nd and Hardy, downtown Omaha, Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
Welcome to this episode of RV Ready, brought to you by Leach Camper Sales in Council Bluffs. Outdoors? Leach Camper Sales has a great website. LeachCamper.com. Folks can see what they want and then head out. Don't forget, the coffee's always on.
News Talk 1290 Coil is your radio home for Omaha Storm Chasers baseball, proud AAA affiliate of the Kansas City Royals. Tune in to hear every pitch, every hit, and every out as the Chasers play at Warner Park and across the International League in 2024. With the voice of the Omaha Storm Chasers, Nick Batters, on News Talk 1290 Coil.
Tune in to 1290 Coil all season long for your Omaha Storm Chasers baseball as they take on the International League. It's Storm Chasers baseball on 1290 Coil.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
I can't believe tax season is here already. Look at all this info I have to enter.
Phil's small accounting firm is growing in numbers.
Why didn't I take that typing class in high school?
A data entry specialist could really help him in a crunch.
I got blisters on my fingers.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
And the size of that thing. Oh, massive.
On 1620, The Zone.
Welcome back. Still got some content. And yes, our spoilers included review of last night's Hot D, which might be, well, I'll go out and say
it is.
It's the best episode of Hot D so far.
Yeah.
In the series history, not this year, but just the series.
Yeah, straight up.
Series history.
Yeah.
It's definitely up there with some of the better GOT episodes.
Oh, yeah.
Ever.
Yeah. Looking forward to it.
That'll
I have
be
a
coming
story
up
about watching it.
At the end of the program.
All right, so let's get to this topic alert.
Well, the topic alert that we didn't get to on Friday. Who will be, this is shortening it up a bit, who will be in the 12-team playoff era the next first-timer? When we went to the 4-team playoff, we never got a first-time champion, right? All the champions that won a 4-team playoff had won a playoff previously.
Yeah, we had some that it had been a while. Clemson was the best example. It had
Georgia
been since
was
the
probably
80s.
better example.
Oh, no, Georgia. Yeah, because they won in 1980. Michigan, 1997. But otherwise, it was, after Clemson finally did it, they did it again.
Right.
Bama, obviously, they've had a ton of success.
And I believe if you go back to the BCS, hadn't every team that won a BCS title also had won a national championship or a legitimately claimed national title?
Yes, I believe the last first-timer is Florida in 1996.
There you go. And so that precedes the BCS. So ever since we've had something resembling a playoff, whether it's 2, 4, or now 12 teams, we haven't had a first-timer.
Correct.
The theory is, well, we've got 12 teams now. That means more opportunity for more teams to be in the conversation.
Yeah.
So theoretically, we should possibly get a first-timer here and there.
That's the theory.
Who best qualifies as being the first?
So I feel like, and I just want to make sure I have my list correct. just so I know who hasn't won championships. But the obvious first pick that I think a lot of people would have, and I know I would have, is Oregon. In terms of they're in one of the right conferences, so like they're already off to a good start, correct?
Mm-hmm.
They recruit at a very, very high level,
Mm-hmm.
and thus then that they could go on a nice long run.
Yeah.
They're the in my opinion, they are the first, they are the easiest. After that, I think the list actually, it's like the race for second, I think, is a lot more interesting. So I pulled up a list from Yardbarker of the 17 best programs to never have won a national championship. And like Wisconsin is among them. The North Carolina schools, Missouri, who's getting a ton of love this year,
Mm-hmm.
Louisville, Kansas State, a team that in 1998, if they don't lose that Big 12 championship, in my opinion, they have won. But obviously, we know what happened
Or
after
they
that.
at least would have played for
They would, and I think they would have beat Tennessee. I think that they were better than them. Baylor, who has come kind of close, and Utah. It's tough, man. It's tough. Like, I think Oregon can do it. They've played for two, right? They played for two. It's funny. They played for the first one. They never made it back to the playoff.
Nope.
But they played for the 2010 national title as well. And they recruit now actually better than they used to. They recruit now better than they did under Chip.
Yeah.
Under Helfrich and under, who was before Chip? I can't even remember his name. Bellotti?
Yeah.
Yeah. So they would be the first one that I would think of. And I guess Wisconsin after that, but they feel like they're on the downturn.
Yeah.
Utah? But are they about to be on the downturn with Kyle Whittingham getting up there in age? Is he going to retire? They just hired a coach in waiting.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny because, we've just gone through a period where we've had in the last quarter century more first-time college baseball national champions than in any other quarter century period since the College World Series began.
Yeah.
And a lot of that, of course, is because the SEC wasn't a great baseball conference prior to 1990, and now, it's taken over and, a lot more teams are getting involved. And so if you kind of look at the same theory, let's pretend that, same conference, SEC, has been the dominant conference in college football since the early 2010s.
Mm-hmm.
If that same element might be there, but then you look at, how the SEC is in football versus how it is in baseball, it seems like the talent is spread out a little bit more. And also you've got at least, you've had one program who's been historically, arguably the best college football program of all time in Alabama. So they've been hoarding up a bunch of titles. But it just goes to show you how difficult it is to win a national championship in college football, because a lot of it is based on who you've been.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. The fact that we have to go back almost 30 years now to find the last first timer, that's exhibit A of that.
Yeah.
What if we, instead of trying to find a first timer, what if we did a stopping point or a starting point of from this moment on, in terms of some people would say the modern era, whether that's integration. I was thinking, what if you went since 84, because that's when the Supreme Court ruling came down that allowed games to be on television. Because a school that popped into my mind is another school that's going to get a lot of love for this season, and that's Ole Miss. And so, looking at that list, they were obviously not on that list. And so I was like, okay, when did they win a national title? Is this something in the 20s that nobody cares about? Their three claimed natties are from a more recent time, but still a while ago, before you and I were born, 59, 60, and 62. So, if you're looking for teams that have not won a title since 1984, the list does get a little bit bigger because, for example, one of the schools that you just referenced, Georgia, school that I referenced, Clemson, they wouldn't have fit that bill if we would have done this topic, a decade ago. If we would have done this topic 3 years ago, Georgia wouldn't have been able to say that they've won one since 1984. So I wonder, if is the thing that could happen not so much first timers, but more, can a team or a program that has not won in decades, Penn State, for example, Notre Dame, they haven't won since 88. Penn State hasn't won since 86. Could either of those programs win a natty? Hell, for Oklahoma, John, it's been 24 years now since their last national championship. which is wild to think about.
Yeah, it is.
And when they won it in 2000, that had been, 12 years since they'd won their previous one. So,
or 13 years.
Yeah.
87.
87?
Right?
Who won it? Notre Dame won it in 88. Yeah.
Notre Dame was 88.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's no, I'm sorry, Oklahoma's 86.
No, Penn State was 86. Or was Penn State 87? I think
No,
you're right.
You're
Oklahoma's 87.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
like what you said, though. You're right. The best way to pick a national champion is to find one who has won one.
Because those are the programs that have historically just been there, and it's crazy how it works out, but the love isn't necessarily spread equally.
Yeah. And again, if you go, we keep mentioning 1996. If you go back just a little bit further, that is really the end of an era, because starting in the late 70s or early 80s, you have this bonker stretch of Penn State, they win their first. Clemson wins their first and first for a while. BYU obviously wins their first. Florida State, Miami. Think of all the schools in that stretch from, Pitt. Was that Pitt's first natty when they won it in the late 70s? Had they won one before?
I think they probably claimed one from
way back in the day.
I'm guessing.
They won. Yeah, you're right. They go way back. Yeah. So they won in 76. Their most recent one before that was 37. But that was a crazy stretch of the sport.
Yes.
And then since 96, since Florida won it that year, also I didn't mention Colorado, didn't mention Washington. After Florida, then it just totally reverts back to, if you are a historical power, now you have a chance to win a natty. But it wasn't like that for 15 to 20 years. Which had to be fun if you were a fan of like some of these renegade programs that kind of came out of nowhere in the 70s and 80s.
Sure. Well, coming up, we've got content. And in content, I found what I think is a statistical anomaly. Also, there's an Olympics question.
Hell yeah. Oh, is it crapping on the Olympics, John?
No.
Oh, that's nice. By the way, YouTube user has corrected us. We were way off. Oklahoma won in 85. Because he says 85, 86 Penn State, 87 Miami, 88 Notre Dame.
Yeah, I don't know why I thought 87.
Max says Texas only has the 2005 national championship in the last 50 years. Also seems pretty crazy. That is wild. That they have won in my lifetime and in your lifetime.
Well, Michigan and Texas are very kindred spirits.
They certainly are.
They are big brands who typically underachieve.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like other big brands that typically underachieve.
Oh?
Yeah.
Thinking of any in particular?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, not at all. Oh, by the way, wait, we do have a Dallas Cowboys question.
Come on, man. I don't want to think about them. It's still the summer.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's the summertime.
So maybe you'll come over to my side and you'll enjoy the summer more if it means you don't have to talk about your crappy football.
I've been reading so much. So many books.
So many movies.
I watched 2 movies this weekend.
All right. Content's next. 1620 The Zone.
For the Jays, the Huskers, and even you Jayskers, we are 1620 The Zone.
There's a new tomorrow on the other side of the horizon. There are promises to honor, work that needs to be done, friendships to enjoy, and people that count on each other. These are the things that tie our communities together. They always have, and they always will. Build your tomorrow with a bank you can rely on. Pinnacle Bank, the way banking should be. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
In school sports, it's easy to see the wins, the moments that make headlines. But there's so much work that goes unseen for any of it to happen. My name is Phil Risen, and I'm the Executive Director of the National Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association. Throughout the country, athletic administrators dedicate countless hours to making life-changing opportunities possible for student athletes through sports. Their sacrifice is fueled by the belief that every student can grow and deserves their time to shine. On behalf of the NIAAA, we want to thank every athletic administrator for your tireless dedication to providing 7.8 million students across the country a path to a better future.
This message presented by the NIAAA, the National Interscholastic Athletic Administrators Association.
At Athletico Physical Therapy, our favorite patients are the impatient ones. The ones who don't want to wait 3 months to see a specialist or wait until that little pain becomes a big one. The ones who know that Atletico's therapists can help them take the recovery into their own hands. Our favorite patients are the ones who just can't and won't wait because they don't have to. So get a little impatient and start with physical therapy at Atletico. With no prescription needed in most states to get started, you'll be right back at it in no time. Schedule your free assessment at atletico.com.
Hey everybody, it's Michael Smith for Ted and Wally's Premium Ice Cream. 2 locations in the old market right off of Jackson Street and also in Benson right next to Taste of New Orleans. You know, one of the toughest things about the summer is trying to figure out what you're going to do with the kids, right? You got to fill some time. It's a great time to go visit either one of the Ted and Wally's locations. Your kids are going to love getting some ice cream. You're going to love getting out of the house. It is a win-win for both of you. So whether you're going downtown and checking out the old market and getting you some ice cream or going to Benson and getting some Taste of New Orleans, stop by and tell them Severe sent you.
You're always better with a roof from JR.
We've had more than our fair share of hail and wind this year. Are you playing roofer roulette? That's when you bet your roof and your home on the first random roofer to ring your doorbell. Why do that when JR Roofing offers a free hail and wind report online at jrstormcheck.com? Just plug in your address and we'll pull a multi-year storm report. You'll know exactly what your roof has been put through and if you even need an inspection. If you do, no one is more thorough and works better with your insurance than locally owned, veteran-owned JR Roofing. And if you need a new roof, remember, a roof from JR comes with a lifetime warranty on workmanship. Don't play roofer roulette with your home. Visit jrhailcheck.com. And remember,
you're always better with a roof from JR.
Visit jrhailcheck.com.
Hey, you hear that? That's the sound of loose change in your pocket reminding you to buy a 99-cent medium fountain drink from Casey's. So the next time you hear this, you already know where to go. 99-cent medium fountain drinks. It's not crazy. It's Casey's.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Okay.
What's up, John?
Grenzer is in today for
baby.
Nick Grimm. By the way,
He's done a mostly great job.
I think he's done an excellent job.
Mostly
I think
great.
it's an excellent job in every respect. We missed out. There was a prime opportunity for Connor and Nick to go back and forth today in a crossover that never happened.
Oh, yeah, about the baseball?
Because Nick's Rockies took 2 of 3 from Connor's Royals. Tough look for the Royals.
Tough look. Can you
And it looked
imagine
like Connor was in attendance.
He was there yesterday. Can you imagine ever believing in that franchise? I'm happy I'm a Mariners fan, John. Go Mariners!
All right, let's kick it off. Former Creighton men's soccer star Duncan McGuire and Blue Jay volleyball star Taryn Clouth will represent the U.
Clouth, I'm sorry.
Oh, whoops.
My pronunciation.
Yeah,
I don't know how to write it.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, that's on me.
I needed to reference Rob Anderson, I guess.
They will represent the U.S. in the Olympics, and it's the first time Creighton has multiple Olympians competing in the same games. John, will you now watch these Olympic
Oh, excellent question from Peter. John?
Well, as everyone knows, I, as a proud registered Republican, do love my country, and I support my country in everything that they do. So, of course, I will be rooting for Duncan and the men's soccer team.
Will you be
and Taryn
watching? He didn't ask
and
that.
her beach volleyball.
He didn't say
exploits.
what's your political affiliation and will you support America. He asked, will you watch?
Well, you're going to make us watch this stuff anyway, so at least they could
Famously.
be kind enough to, put these games on, so the ones I actually might be interested in will be there.
John, it's your favorite app. We'll watch it all on your favorite app. We'll have that TV on, we'll have that TV on, and that TV on.
No, we're not going to do all three.
All Olympics all the
Because
time.
there's still
Olympics.
baseball, America's sport.
Nah, baseball's canceled those weeks. They say
No, it's not.
They say don't watch us, stinky, stinky poo poo. And so we'll watch Peacock.
Instead, let's watch people run.
Yes. Oh, John, thank you.
Oh, boy.
Go Runners.
The MLB All-Star Game rosters are officially set. Many people have takes. John and Josh, do either of you?
So apparently people are people actually mad about Paul Skeens being on the All-Star
No,
team?
I don't think they
Okay,
are.
Good. I would hope not. And I was trying to figure out the name of that Dodger earlier, and you were being a jerk about it. But
you just said a Dodger, so I
But you didn't
listed
let
off
me
a bunch of
finish.
Dodgers.
You didn't let me finish. But no, in all seriousness, like the All-Star Game is about getting people to watch, right? You want fans to want to watch the game. Paul Skeens is going to draw eyeballs. Now, I'm actually running a mile that night, so I will miss the All-Star Game, but I hope it goes.
What a lame man. How long does it take you to run a mile?
Well, I'm
Does
hoping it
take you
takes me under
3
5
hours? Did it take you 3 hours? Because that's a 3-hour baseball
Hoping it
game.
takes me under 5 minutes. I'm going to try to break 5 minutes in the mile, so I'll miss it. But I hope that it's good. I hope that it's good for you. I hate the All-Star Game. I don't like any of the All-Star Games anymore.
The baseball All-Star Game is still the best one because it's the only one I ever find myself watching. Maybe because it's literally the only thing on. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
No,
It's like saying the 2018 Nebraska team was Scott Frost's best. Like, congratulations, but we're not really talking about a whole
The
lot here.
Skeens story is rather interesting given that he is the first player to be taken number 1 in the draft and then named to the following year's All-Star team.
Ever?
That's
wild. Good for him, man.
Skeens.
But he's only pitched for literally Thursday will be his 2-month anniversary in organized professional baseball. Well,
To be
Major League
fair,
Baseball.
the season started only 1 month before that, though. We're not talking
a month and a half, but still, it's just the idea that a guy who's only pitched for 2 months.
Seems like you don't like this.
Ever.
Seems like you don't like
No,
this.
it's just, it just
Well,
shows
show
you.
his influencer girlfriend.
Oh, cool. We'll get to see the influencer.
Did it specify if he was a commissioner or a player pick? Sometimes they differentiate between the two.
No. I think he was actually taken as a regular All-Star.
Oh, all right.
I'm pretty sure he was.
Good for him.
Baseball.
We'll talk more about that with Mr. Farron.
Baseball.
All right, John. The Cubs have won a series this weekend over the Angels. But relief pitcher Colton Brewer has broken his hand after punching the dugout wall in frustration Saturday. So it's 1 step forward, 2 steps back.
See, I disagree. It's 1 step forward and then another step forward because one less Cubs bad bullpen pitcher.
Oh,
it's addition by subtraction.
Oh, more pitchers should break their hands.
More Cubs bullpen pitchers should break their hands.
You know, like I have been angry before. I've thrown things on the ground. I've even kicked the door before. I've gotten mad and I kicked something. I've never punched a wall, though. That seems like a ticket to idiot town. I had a friend in college. He punched a wall at a stadium, like a cement wall, because he was mad about a result involving Nebraska football. I don't understand.
I've seen some people punch drywall, but that's a whole different ballgame.
Yeah,
punching a cement
you know,
wall.
as long as you're not hitting the support
the
beam,
base.
you're fine because the drywall is very pliable. But yeah, punching.
Ouch.
Cubs.
Holy mediocrity. A look at the MLB standings this week shows that of the 30 teams, 27 of them are either 4-6, 5-5, or 6-4 in their last 10 games. Only 4 teams currently have a winning or losing streak of 3 games. In other words, nobody's really making any big moves one way or another. What's happening?
Major League Baseball is turning into Roger Goodell's dream for the NFL. Everybody is pretty average, it seems.
Yeah, now, sure, if you stretch it out over 20 or 25 games, yes, there are teams like the Red Sox, like the Astros, who have made some big moves. But because I don't keep, now that the Cubs suck, I don't keep track of the standings on a day-to-day basis. But I always usually check in about every once a week just to double check. Oh, I'm wondering.
See what's going on.
And
how are the Reds doing?
And I always look at the last 10 column, and it was amazing. Everybody was within a game or two of 500 in their last 10 games. And only a couple of teams are 7-3 or 3-7 in their last 10 games. It just seemed very odd to me.
Mm-hmm.
I can't imagine there's many times where that has happened.
I'm going to ask Farron about it tomorrow.
Well, I tweeted at him about it, but he never answered me, the jerk.
What an a-hole.
Yeah.
He's
I just thought it was
ignoring
a nice statistical anomaly.
Nice.
An oddity. It was kind of funny, kind of cool.
Steph Curry, getting ready for the Olympics, says he believes the Warriors are likely the NBA's last dynasty. Quoted saying, "It's very hard to keep things together in this league." Is he correct?
Come on, man. Seriously? Banner 19 next year.
I hate you so much.
Banner 19.
Celtics John is the worst new character on this show ever.
I kind of like him.
I don't
have to change my voice for him.
You could do a Boston accent.
Nah. I don't want to sound like that idiot Simmons.
This seems like a guy very much caught in his feels because one of his best buddies is no longer on the roster anymore. And look, there is a lot of weird stuff with the salary cap and the structure of the NBA. Have you? No, you don't really engage with it too much, but have you seen words like apron thrown around? Do you know about this?
Apron.
Yeah, the second apron. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
No, I have not heard of this.
This makes no sense to me.
That's the thing. I just don't try to understand it. It's annoying, and I think it's stupid.
It's too
and
much.
I don't think that regular fans care about the second apron. Anyway, so it's a luxury tax is what it is, if I am to understand it correctly. And so if you want to keep teams together, you're going to have to pay. There's a world where your Celtics in 2 years could pay $450 million for their roster because of all the luxury tax stuff. I think, though, that this is a guy caught in his feels. And so, of course, dynasties are going to happen. People, we always say that, and then they show up.
The NFL has done more work
Thank
to
you.
try to destroy dynasties than any other sport, and yet they keep happening.
Correct.
It's inevitable. If you get the right combination of people together, then they go on a hellacious win streak. It just naturally happens.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody's got to be great, and somebody's got to be sucky. It's just not the Warriors that are going to be good. They're going to be closer to the
Exactly. It's going to be, honestly, it might be your Celtics that become the new dynasty.
Ooh. Can we just skip ahead to Banner 20?
No, let's not. Let's not.
I mean, are we going to run out of room in the top of the roof of the TV garden? Yeah, we are. We going
at the TV garden?
The
Looks like
TD
you're a
garden.
diehard. I can tell.
Yeah, the TD garden. That's what they call it.
What about the TV
Are we
garden?
going to have to nudge out some of those Boston Bruins? Because, we have to share them with the hockey team. Are we going to have to nudge out some of those Boston Bruins
You might have
retired
to.
jerseys?
Put them in the closet.
Hey, retired Boston
Gordie
Bruin
Howe.
guy. He didn't.
No, wait, he played for the Red Wings. Who's Bobby something?
Bobby Hull.
Who's the guy who dove?
Bobby Orr.
Bobby Orr. That's the Bobby.
Yeah, get out of here. We got to hang up Banner 27.
Apologies, Gordie Howe. I know that you played for my beloved
And then
Red
where are we
Wings.
going to have room for Baylor Shireman's retired jersey number?
How about Tattoo Boy? Did you know this? He's got tattoos now.
He's had tattoos.
Oh, I must have missed that.
Yeah.
It was when he signed his contract.
I'm
I was
sure
like,
he's
oh,
added
yeah.
more, but he's
Oh,
had
okay.
tattoos.
All right, well, oops.
Why did that make you so irrationally excited? That was.
I like tattoos. I love people that have tattoos. I think they're awesome. I was running with a guy yesterday. I said, when's your next tattoo? And we talked about tattoos for like 10 minutes. Great times.
That sounds like a
Too
worse
tall.
conversation than listening to people talking about running.
No, it was a great conversation. It was a lovely, John, it was such a fun morning. I would love to have you there sometime. You could meet my friends.
Too tough. Oh, no. Josh, we have some Cowboys stuff here.
Oh.
Help explain to us what the hell is going on with Dak Prescott and his walking boot.
So he was spotted on the 4th, on your birthday, and America's birthday, wearing a walking boot somewhere. He wasn't even in the country, if I remember right. Don't know what's going on here.
Oh, so he can't even celebrate America's birthday in America. What a communist.
Everyone who is reporting on the Cowboys say that all's well. So everything's fine. Everything's fine. Nothing's wrong. Why would anything be wrong?
It's July 8th,
Everything's fine.
Josh. We're still almost might as well be 3 months away from the NFL season.
Oh, it's not that many months, though.
It's close enough.
Yeah. I just said everything's fine. Their season begins actually 2 months from today. Wow. What a great reminder. 2 months ago is May 8th. And now it's July 8th. And in 2 months, it'll be September 8th.
And 2 months after that will be
November 8th? Oh, no. I don't want to think about that. Oh. Nobody wants to think about that, John. Among other things, Peter.
All right, Big 12 Media Days. They're starting tomorrow. Are we going to get triggered by anything Coach Prime related the next few days?
I don't know. I hope not. I'm kind of hoping we just ignore him.
I am awesome at ignoring him. I'm worried about you, though, John.
What do you mean? I don't obsess.
Wilbon will say something about him, and then you'll be like, oh, we have to go after Wilbon and Coach Prime.
Well, Wilbon is an idiot.
I know. No, I'm going to be fine. There's not going to be anything hot takey. What's he going to say?
Yeah.
What's he going to say?
All right, we'll end it on this. Apparently, Cam Wilder was a thing that happened in Crime Town this weekend. John, you're of Crime Town. Explain what happened and why the SWAT team was called in.
Well, apparently, you missed it earlier with Jack Mitchell, this social media influencer who somehow came from Midland College in Fremont, tried to organize a basketball game, and many young people showed up to watch, and I guess it got too much, and they brought in the cops to chase them all out.
That's all you need to know. I want to talk Hot D.
I had no idea that a Cam Wilder existed.
Dude, it just shows if you're not on a certain part of the internet, you just miss a lot of stuff.
Well, if you were on the Max app last night or HBO, you may have seen Hot D. And boy, how hot it was.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, literally, it was hot. Spoiler alert. Next, 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Start your engines.
Joe's Indoor Karting in Council Bluffs is off the charts crazy. Joe's Karting is fast-paced, adrenaline-pumping, wheel-to-wheel racing action at over 40 miles per hour. The only speed restriction on these karts is how good you are. Joe's Karting is located just a couple of blocks north of Bass Pro Shop and directly east of AMC Theater in Council Bluffs, Iowa. Go watch a movie. Come race at Joe's. Planning a bachelor party, graduation party, or just a night out with friends? Go to Joe's. Remember, Joe's Karting is your place to race.
How powerful is Cox Fiber? Powerful enough to let your band members in Vegas, Phoenix, and Omaha jam like you're all in the same garage. Introducing Cox Fiber, from the company with the fastest download speeds 9 years in a row. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, always building better. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and restrictions may apply. Analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence in Las Vegas, Omaha, Phoenix. Fixed median download speeds Q2 2016 to Q1 2024.
They've only given me 30 seconds to talk about all the great things at Funplex, so here goes. Looking for an unforgettable all-in-one day of summer fun? Funplex has you covered. Nebraska's largest water park and rides is even better with the heart-pumping brand new spinning and tilting wipeout ride and special events for the whole family. We're your one-stop destination for non-stop excitement. Plus, there's private cabanas and plenty of spaces to unwind. Hey, you can even make a day of it. From thrilling rides and slides to relaxing sun and fun, there's something for everyone. There's just too much fun to talk about. Get your tickets now at fun-plex.com.
A team succeeds when they work together. Banking's no different. At UBT, we're in your corner for every financial move you want to make. Your money's backed by a roster of experts who put in the work to know you and your community. So whether you're opening a savings account, buying a home, or planning your future, you always know who to turn to. Working together toward your financial goals. That's a win in our playbook. Union Bank and Trust. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
The back seat. Check the back seat.
All right, come here.
Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
How is your job to school?
Let me tell you.
I had to get my iced coffee first. I just can't seem to put it down. My favorite rapper just announced a tour. My phone was buzzing like crazy. I'm so excited. I had to text all my friends right then to talk about it. Then someone started calling me and...
Let's try that again.
I turned my phone off right away. I never drive distracted.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
You go into your shower feeling, but as soon as you reach for the Irish Spring, your day immediately gets better. That crisp, fresh, unmistakable Irish Spring scent zings your brain and awakens your senses. So when you finally emerge from the shower, 37 minutes later, because you pay the water bill so you can stay in there as long as you want, you're ready to take on the day and smell great doing it. Irish Spring Body Wash and Bar Soap. Fresh, green, Irish. Shop now at Walmart.
When it comes to protecting your home, J. Stennett Contracting takes pride in ensuring every detail is handled. Roofing, siding, gutters. When it comes to the exterior of your home, J. Stennett Contracting has you covered. Water, wind, and hail can wreak havoc on the exterior of your home. If your home is damaged, let J. Stennett Contracting come out for a no-obligation inspection. If repairs are needed, they will help you through every step of the process. When you need an honest assessment, J. Stennett Contracting has you covered. JSCRestoration.com.
1620 The Zone at 1620thezone.com. It's Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
Thick with 2 C's.
On 1620 The Zone.
Look at that. We didn't even need to tell him, and he knew exactly what theme to go to. Peters had pitched a perfect game today.
A couple hits allowed. Spoiler alert.
Yeah, this is a spoiler alert if you have not seen the latest episode of Hot D, House of the Dragon. But we were wondering when we were going to get Dragon on Dragon crime. Whew, it finally happened.
Yes, it did.
And in a big-time way.
Yeah, what are we down now? 2 dragons are down?
2 dragons are down, and...
Spoiler alert!
Maybe the king. Not to mention the princess.
Yeah, a lot of people getting taken out.
Now, it was presumed that they were both dead.
See, I don't think
I
so.
read a couple of reviews that thought that maybe the king was in bad shape.
That's my take. I'm guessing since we didn't see, like you see the drop, but it pans away, right? It happens in the forest. My guess is he is still alive, but severely disfigured. Yeah, look, that character, I don't like him, so if Aemon dies, that'd be fun. Just to get some fresh blood. Also, because again, it's like, oh, this was unexpected. I wasn't thinking that something like this was going to happen. So I hope that he's dead, or like you said, he just can't operate anymore. I think that would make the show more interesting.
Well, Aemon, a.k.a. the One-Eyed Prince, is he's a better heel anyway. I mean, Aegon's just a party-going doofus.
Yeah. Well, the scene that he has, about 20, 25 minutes ago when he's talking about, he's getting hammered, and it's like, you just need to not do anything.
Right. You're such an idiot. You just need to be the figurehead.
I'm finally trying to talk some sense. Yeah. He did not.
No, he did not.
What are we going to do now that, God, I keep forgetting these people's names.
I know, I'm now that I'm not a book reader anymore, I am horrible with
the old princess.
Yeah. What's going to happen now that she is gone? I mean, it's just going to lead to more war.
Oh, Rhaenys.
Thank you.
More fighting.
Oh, yeah. The war is already begun.
Man, like when she's, I'm just looking around right before she meets her maker. I'm just like, where's the other dragon? Where's the other dragon? Where's the other dragon? And to pop up like that. Woo! Big time. Yeah. From
Also, now I'm not sure much time has passed. Are we so sure that when the Queen took the morning after tea,
that it actually got the job done?
Well, no, did it belong to Sir Kristen?
Oh, yeah. I think it had. Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't sure if they were maybe alleging that she'd been sleeping around a little more. That's one of the things about the new season is the Queen is quite random. Now that
last thing we need is more Sir Kristen DNA in this show.
Great point. He sucks as
just
always.
All time.
By the way, how about the Daemon stuff? That guy's just tripping. Oh, everywhere he goes now in Harren.
I like
You don't like the Kevin Finnerty.
The
like
memes
Kevin
are
Finnerty
so good.
stuff.
The memes with him right now are
Oh yeah, I'm a big Sopranos fan.
I think
I'm not a fan.
I think they're struggling.
They haven't gone as weird as Tony's dream sequences in The Sopranos. And I'm
No.
afraid they're getting.
He's just seeing himself with one eye, with the thing with the patch over it. Yeah, that was a great episode. The funny, so I wanted to say this earlier. So Briss was laying on the couch, so my hands were just on her legs. And at the end of the episode, I realized that I had kind of just been like squeezing her leg. I took my hand off, and my hand is all sweaty. Good, John. It was a good episode.
It was a good episode.
I was just so enraptured by it.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Good
stuff.
I mean, it was good.
so much. We're at the halfway point of season 2.
We are at the halfway point.
They better give us like some hour and a half long episodes to make up for the fact that we're only getting 8.
We got a couple like hour 10 early.
Hey, I want to.
You want more?
Yes.
All right. Speaking of more, you know what we have more of tomorrow?
The Grum.
Yeah.
And more baseball with Mike Farron.
And probably
it's baseball
John
season.
being an idiot. I don't understand acting unless they speak English. Yuck.
Or more idiocy like Josh not understanding that mashed potatoes have to have moisture in them.
But they're not wet.
You're weird.
Thank you, Peter.
See you tomorrow.
Bye.